Welcome. So as discussed last month's meeting, we are modifying the format of the workshop to extend the workshop to an hour. Our focus as a board during this workshop is, as Randall described last month, a sort of deep dive, an exchange. The format we want to be sure is crisp, specific. I understand the applicant. You have some sort of talking points you want to go through. And the idea is not too much on the history of where we've been, but where you all are right now as far as the application, key points around traffic, where we've landed, hours of operation, where we've landed, concerns around noise, understand where we're at in summary format. And then for each of those specific topics, and there will be obviously questions by the board that we have for each of those specific topics, the ability for the board to ask questions, and then, any other miscellaneous items that don't necessarily fall under the structure that we talked about in terms of the topics, we can address towards the end. That sound good?
Great.
All right. And then we'll go to our regular meeting starting at 8. And the first item on the agenda is continuation of public hearing on this particular application, 1113 Wolcott. So with that, did you have anything else you wanted to add, Jennifer? Consultants want to add anything before we start rolling?
No.
So with that, I'll leave it to you, the applicant, to kick things off for us. And
great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Taylor Palmer with City Fader. I'll leave out the introductions for the public hearing section of that. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we were last before you on May 9th, where we set this public hearing, this work session to discuss the project and the reduced development proposal and our mitigated measures in the context of the environmental review and the seeker process. We did provide a supplemental submission, and I think will be a helpful tool in discussing the seeker potential impacts that we've mitigated throughout the process. And I think, as you highlighted, Mr. Chairman, we'll sort of go piece by piece. To that effect, just by way of background, I do just want to start by saying this goes way, way back a few centuries. So if you just give me a second to start back around the
I told you no history.
War,
this better be good.
And the fires, that lit on the mountaintops. Just kidding. So notwithstanding the centuries-old history that leads to where we are today, the applicant is proposing to adaptively reuse a church. We're here for a specific project, and we want to talk about where we've gotten to, and a lot of that does involve where we were, but for the purposes of today's discussion, we're talking about a 30-room hotel, an accessory conference event space, and a cafe use, which are all permitted as of right in this zoning district. There's no relief required from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and there's no City Council approval for this particular project. The applications that are before you are site plan. There's a special use permit, LWRP consistency determination, and there's also a certificate of appropriateness, all that go for this application. Currently, we're proposing a 30-room hotel that runs 24/7, 365 days a year, with 33 off-street parking spaces until Rich corrects me, and it's 34. And on-site surrounding the parsonage. We also have 4 proposed parking spaces that will be ADA accessible. We're, of course, all adaptively reusing the church for an event and conference space, and a cafe with minimal exterior changes. The project really is repurposing the buildings that exist today on the site for a better use that can be sustainable without demolishing the church for other uses. The accessory uses will be subject to certain limitations on the total hours of use, days of use, hours of operation, total capacity, and currently we propose the following. So I think this might be, Mr. Chairman, the section called conference event space, since that's sort of been the driver of most of the public comments and the discussion. So I'll lay out the days, the capacity, the hours, and the details in the cafe, and then maybe I'll pause there before we sort of get into sort of the project's evolution and the specifics about noise mitigation and other efforts. So for the benefit of the board.
So just real quick, accessory uses, conferencing facility, event space.
Correct.
And cafe.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So
limiting it just to the discussion on the days, the hours, the capacity, and the cafe use. I mean, that may evolve into our traffic and parking management plan. Where it goes, I guess, is really subject to how the board, because it, again, involves noise. It involves all of these pieces are intertwined. But I figured I'd at least start with the days, the hours, and the capacity for these.
Yep,
for the
good
space.
start.
So speaking first to the days, the events are limited to Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and holidays, and holiday eves. So again, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, and holiday eves. There will not be any events on Mondays, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays. There is an exception for the Mondays that are a holiday, but that's 5 total that we've listed in our plan. The capacity for the event space shall be 150 attendees on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, holidays, and holiday eves, and 130 attendees on Thursdays. So again, that's 150 Friday, Saturday, Sundays, holidays, and holiday eves, and then 130 attendees on Thursdays. The hours of operation. So we're on Friday, Saturday, and holiday eves. Events will end no later than 8:30 p.m. with attendees dispersed by 9 p.m. So on Fridays, Saturdays, and holiday eves, so effectively weekends, events will now be no later than 8:30 p.m. with attendees dispersed before the evening hours for noise ordinances would set in. On Sundays, Thursdays, and holidays preceding workdays, i.e. events that precede workdays, events will be no later than 7:30 p.m. with attendees dispersed by 8 p.m. So Sundays, Thursdays, holidays, effectively before workday, the events will not go later than 7:30 p.m. and attendees will be off-site by 8 p.m.
Quick question on that. So understood, end of sort of function operations and then the dispersal period. Is there any follow-up sort of knock-on activity that needs to take place even after the dispersal and post-noise ordinance?
Do you mean like cleaning the space or?
Yeah, can you describe the activities that one would expect to sort of be happening?
Yeah, the staff that is on hand for that event will be cleaning up mostly inside and making sure that the crowds are dispersed from the property. And they won't be that active.
And many of those attendees will likely be either returning to the hotel space itself or otherwise using vehicles parked on site or otherwise leaving the site.
So, sorry, let me get this straight again. Anything happening before a workday ceases at 7:30
p.m.
and then
Yeah, 7:30
dispersed
p.m.
by?
Have to be off the property by 8 p.m.
And then, again, just sort of to the follow-up activities, staff, et cetera, things happening post-dispersal. And I know this is in your material, just kind of how many, individuals do you anticipate having, remaining on site?
That depends on the size of the event, of course, but typically if there were a maximum capacity event, which would be 150 people, we would probably end up with about, at the end, after an event, maybe 6 staff there to clean up, disperse people. And I can't, without looking at the management plan, I can't be exact with those numbers, but it's approximately that sum. Yeah, and there would be a 24/7 attendant at the hotel as well.
So that approximately 6 to 7 staff, you're saying?
After the events. Probably.
After events,
Yeah.
okay.
Again, those are really tied to maximum capacity events, where we're at full capacity at an event.
Okay, thanks. If there's any equipment that needs to come out from some kind of event by truck, for example, does that happen do you expect that to happen within the dispersal period?
Probably, if it was, depending on the equipment that needs to come out, if it were anything major, it could probably happen the next day. But yeah, like any light equipment would come out during that time as well.
Okay.
Just to clarify, when we say work days, I'm assuming Monday through Friday. Everybody adheres to that, but Monday through Friday is what I'm assuming the definition of work days.
Yeah, we labeled the specific days to give it more, I guess, to try and be clearer in that point. So the Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, holidays and holiday eves, Yes.
So.
Thursday is considered a preceding a workday. That's why it's the reduced hours.
So
and
I would
capacity.
kind of consider Sunday evening, like prior to a workday. Does that fall within your later cease of operations and dispersal?
Yeah, Sunday evenings are considered prior to work days, so that's why we have the earlier end times.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
Sundays.
It's Sundays, Thursdays, and holiday eves preceding workdays. Events will end
I
no
got
later
you.
than 7:30. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Any, did you want to continue on
The
with?
next phase is cafe, so I think
All right, any other questions around the board or items you want clarification on hours of operation?
Yes. So basically, after the concert, you're going to load out, possibly,
depending on,
depending on what's there. How long would this load-out process take?
it certainly depends on, I think Mr. Hector represented, it depends on the nature of the event. But, again, the site itself can be utilized for conferences, other performance, there isn't always going to be heavy equipment or a maximum capacity event. So the intent is to get it off-site within the period that you would otherwise be dispersing the attendees.
So do we see lift trucks being needed to?
The nature of the space is, if there were to be a music event, all this equipment that you're talking about, I'm not exactly sure where you're getting this from, but in a larger arena or that kind of scenario, there are major trucks coming in and out with major equipment. We would probably have a back line of most equipment required for anything that is incorporated with an event there. If there were any major setups, it would happen either during the day and come out the next day. But in terms of, I guess you're talking about a music event, I would say that if there's a guitar player, you'd have a guitar and an amp, and that would not require a lift gate truck or anything like that. And there would not be a big setup. We wouldn't have like backdrops and sets and major things like that. It's a small, intimate space, so it doesn't require any of that.
No questions.
Cafes. The cafe is 365. The capacity there is a maximum of 50 persons. As you all know, there's been a lot of changes to the numbers. I know I'm not to go back in history, including back to the Revolutionary War. But the cafe will be closed to the public if the conference event's attendance is greater than 100. So, this is well below what had been contemplated for the original site. So again, the cafe will close to the public if the conference event space is greater than 100 attendees. Just for the benefit of those that may not have been part of the board during the review of this, that relates to the off-street parking regulations. Again, the parking plan is a zoning compliant parking plan. It's well below what the threshold would be for attendees. The hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday. So again, the cafe hours are 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and again, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And these are, again, supportive of the hotel's use. Again, it's the same as you needing, having a food service or otherwise in the building itself, and also will provide public access. Before I go on to other sections, that's the cafe operation.
I'm just curious, why, is it just to not add additional load if there's a conference function happening?
Well, it's the facilities that are designed to support the conference itself, so that really won't be able to sort of operate in that level of duality if that number reaches 100. They're just sort of saying it's going to be that cafe space turns into support.
The support for the
for the
conference.
conference.
Okay, and
And also for parking, so that you're not having 50, I think Mr. Clark mentioned at one point a concern of if you had 50 attendees and you had the max capacity of 100, back then, 175 or 200, then you would exceed, you could have you could have an event sort of accidentally of 200. Here, we've heavily restricted it so that at no point will there be more than 150 attendees on the site, period, for an event.
I see, so, okay, so the point is to sort of
Directly control.
limit the max out. Sorry? And simplify.
Simplify everything.
Simplification is good.
Yeah, there were a lot of numbers being tossed around before, so we thought we would just simplify it and reduce at the same time.
Love it. So then, the cafe is at times open to the public?
Yes.
I have a question. Is this an appropriate time?
Yeah.
So the times when the cafe is not open to the public, talk through how you're going to manage, alerting the public that may be coming on habit.
I'll let Gavin touch on it. I mean, anecdotally, I try and go to Bird and Bottle like every Saturday and it's closed. so they post it on their Facebook, but that's just the tailored version of knowing when not to appear there. I mean, try to go to Quinn's. They usually have a list, right? I never know when that's open, but I'll turn to Gavin for the real answer.
The real answer is yes. I mean, it would be posted out there on websites, social media, or whatever. People that, generally speaking, though, you would see the cafe closed to the public on weekend evenings. Most other times, it wouldn't have to be closed. And if it is, I mean, we definitely wouldn't expect large crowds pounding at the door for it to be open. Then there would be a sign posted. So it's, again, like you would mostly expect Friday, Saturday evenings for the cafe to be working for the event space. And at this point, it is a bit of we'll see what works best, but generally speaking, that's the gist of it.
I'm just curious, is there an instance where, it doesn't sound like it, but in a day you could book and hold a 100-person conference during the day, and then in the evening have, a 150-person event?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay. I'm just trying to sort of imagine how that works.
There would be
There's a lot of
separation
activity.
times
Yeah.
between that, so that you'd have load out, load in, again, whether it's users or otherwise. So we accounted for that in our traffic mitigation plan, but ultimately there would be a separation between the events. So you wouldn't be high-fiving the person going in and as the others going out.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that you, just running a business, would want to make sure that there's proper separation between the two. You could start to gum things up pretty significantly.
So you said it's addressed in the parking management plan. Do you recall,
Can I just
is
use
there
it?
a specific time period referenced as far as like duration between two events on the same day?
Yeah, so it's actually not specifically addressed in the traffic and parking management plan as of yet, but we can certainly add this in. We've had this discussion, and our feeling is that we would, for events over 100 people, we would make sure that there's a minimum of an hour and a half time difference between the end of an event and the start of the next event to allow for that pickup, drop-off, unloading, and then also turnover of parking spaces nearby that may be being utilized to in that time period.
Yeah.
Next time, Rich will make sure he gets that submission to you before the meeting.
Yeah. I think in general, when it comes to these specifics, I think it's in everybody's best interest, especially the city, and even more especially Bruce's, that your conditions outline very specifically the things that we're talking about here. So we have a framework for something to refer back to.
Understood.
For making sure that, things aren't happening outside of what's been approved.
And if I may, this is a direct response to Mr. Clark's comment. He included that, or maybe Mr. Russo, one of the comment memos reflected the potential for more, to have events. Between that, it's been contemplated by the applicant, but now we're sort of refining that to ensure that, as you said, Mr. Chairman, that it operates as it should.
Yeah, okay. Did you have something?
I have another question about hours.
Yeah.
And I'm told by Pete that my microphone isn't working very well, so I'm going to try to talk loudly. As far as garbage disposal removal from the site, is there a time period that you have proposed for when a garbage truck would come?
We do have we prohibit garbage vehicles after 9 o'clock and between 9 and 7. So that's written out in our management plan as well.
So there's a moratorium on garbage trucks entering between, is that each day between?
It's the management plan.
So again, if there is a proposed time frame limitation, that we will absolutely abide. I think the encouragement is any noise offending hours per the ordinance, and if earlier necessary, I think we can accommodate the garbage removal.
Yeah, no, again, I want to make sure that it's understood that that's a, potential concern. It's an element of activity with,
Yeah, we can try and figure out when River Ridge or one of the other removal entities do theirs, and if they're able to do it.
That's actually a very smart idea, sort of time them together. So that would be, I think, another component to your plan that you delineate, and that becomes part of the understanding in the, yeah, okay.
Right, the dumpster's right next to on our property line at that, where that driveway is. So we'll find out when those
Yeah.
times are and try and reconcile it.
Okay. So any other questions? We covered specifics on timing. Conference, does the timing on the conferences coincide with the timing on the events? I know they're not going to be, happening at the same time, but hours of restriction or hours of operation?
The capacity restrictions are still the same, conference and days and hours. In most conference scenarios, if we have the hotel full of conference attendees, they would, throughout the day, probably be going back and forth between the event space and the hotel, or if they're staying off-site, it would be the same attendees for the most part coming in and out of the space. So it would not be a new group coming in and out for a
Understood.
conference.
So just in terms of the hours, the conferencing and the events act the same, just in terms of hours?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. We don't differentiate
got it.
in terms of the event versus con.
Okay. Question, yeah.
Thanks. I have a question, and just, again, I think this may have been asked once before, but I want to ask it again. Have you contemplated, instead of eliminating the potential for all events from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, restricting to something like 8 to 5, so that you could do a daytime conference if it was requested? And I guess I just want to kind of understand the decision process, I think I get the sense that you're offering to eliminate any events on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as sort of a concession to bring down the intensity of the usage. But it seems that a conference use from like 8 to 5 would be perhaps not, as much of an impact as an evening event, and would contribute to the viability of the business enterprise. And so I know that we can't get into really commenting on your business plan, but it might be illustrative to everybody to kind of just hear what your thinking was on that.
Sure, and I think I'll touch on it first, and then I'll just pass it over to Gavin. I think part of the thinking is sort of the theme that Gavin referenced earlier, which is trying to simplify the process, trying to simplify the plan. Some of it, that was a message we received, and trying to work into this. It was a lot easier to say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, since those aren't the more sort of desired days for these, conferences or otherwise. Leading into weekends or otherwise is oftentimes where you'll see it, or the Mondays circling around for holidays. So, effectively, those days weren't the best days, but they were also just an easier. We were trying to, absolutely as a concession to the neighbors, and trying to make sure they have certainty this isn't happening on these days. And you might have one on a given Monday and then not have it on a Wednesday. It helps the building inspector to enforce. And we certainly, if the board is saying do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I imagine I'll eat these, that we would certainly include that. But I think the applicant's intent was to manage and, to try and be responsive to the public, but also to, make it easier to enforce.
And to add to that, to what Taylor's saying is correct, to limit the amount of days of use, but also in speaking to people that attend conferences, and I spoke with academics about this, and my wife is a political science professor, and as it turns out, most of these conference events that she goes to take place Thursday throughout the weekend. And they will go into the conference and still be required to spend some time at their school teaching, and then they're able to take off for a Thursday, Friday, and weekend, and that's when most of these conferences happen. And so I was reassured in this, not just speaking with my wife, but other academics that also are involved in conferences pretty often. So it is ideal if we have to limit the days, to limit Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and still have conferences Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And those are still work days, so we understand, even if it's very limited, even to 5 o'clock, again, trying to be responsive.
So it works for you, is what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. Just curious, for those conferences, is there any expectation that any kind of, I don't know what catering looks like for 150 people, but that there's catering activity happening, either
Yes.
load in or load out? Okay.
Yes. Of course, yes.
Yeah, okay. So that activity as well would be subject to the
Yes.
hours you just
Yeah,
described?
again, a lot of this is going to be operating on site, but naturally, you're on point, Mr. Chairman, that there will, I'm sure, be other, there may be an event manager or others that will help also coordinate the specific attendees or otherwise.
Yeah. I'm just curious for my own interests. Are there any instances where you would have like sort of chamber orchestra or, classical music, that kind of thing happening?
We're not opposed to that.
That's good. That's good. No, I'm just thinking, there's not much of that around
It's
here.
very possible.
The limitation of 150 people, 150 participants has drastically reduced the ability to do any kind of musical performances. I just want to say that. So even though we came into this with that hope and that expectation, we recognize that that's going to be a very small portion of our business now. So
Yeah.
the tone has changed, and the business plan has actually changed.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some musicians who would love an audience of 150 people. Anyway.
They won't be coming to see me.
Are you doing stand-up routines there?
Only on Tuesdays.
This guy would be your first.
Tall act.
Any other questions on hours?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would be the earliest the conferences would be starting? I mean, we've got all these end times, but never a beginning of the day.
I thought you described beginnings.
The list that I just went through didn't break down the hours, the start time. So I can go back to our chart unless somebody wants to chime in for me from our chart. Well, that was because you're talking, the cafe you're speaking to.
Oh, the cafe, even just the conference area, would,
Yeah. It's 7 a.m. We have cafe hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. and then that's on Sunday through Thursday, and 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday. Yeah, we'll pull it up, but it's.
What conference starts before 8?
None.
Ugh.
Nobody's going to get their bagels and coffee.
That's not true, man, because you have like registration can start at 7:15
Yeah.
with a continental breakfast, so you
Yeah,
can
brutal.
totally,
Before
and
7.
then programming at 8. Yeah.
Things are aligned, yeah. I don't think the events that have been the principal concern of the neighbors are evening hours, not the conference attendees for, a conference on.
Yeah, I mean, what it means is, the start to ingress of traffic and, individuals, people. Yeah.
I think for these kinds of events you're talking to that would start potentially early, we would have a good deal of those attendees staying at the hotel as well. So the scenario wouldn't quite be similar or the same as all the traffic from an evening event in terms of a max capacity event that could take place then. So while it is possible for people to come in early, we anticipate that being a lot of hotel people.
Just to be clear, we'll update the EAF narrative to reflect 7 a.m.
Start times.
Start time.
What is your feeling on or position on or plan for, congregating? Not church congregating, but, groups congregating out on the front lawn and, numbers that might start to create a potential noise issue.
Right, and I can speak, we specifically have in our management plan the staff that will be on site to encourage attendees to disperse. And again, I'm really concerned mainly with the maximum event capacity. And we've also done studies with our sound consultant about that type of congregating, what that means to adjoining properties, getting off the site. So effectively, we do have staff that will bring, where the exit to the property, exit to the parking lot is as well. All of these things have been sort of to account for sound. So I think we have staff that will encourage people in their vehicles or to otherwise disperse from the site. But
I actually think we're talking about people showing up early to an event, can't get
Yeah,
in
just-
yet to the event space, and they start
Understood. Let me have-
congregating
I'll have Rich
outside.
DeAndre, our traffic consultant, just touch
Yeah.
on sort of the operations, because it is somewhat operable, and how we're funneling vehicles or other drop-offs and everything else. As you may recall, we originally had a proposal with a loop drive in front of the church. That was removed at the suggestion.
You moved on to traffic. I'm talking more about, say a group of individuals. It's either a conference or an event. They sort of know each other. They went to the event together. There's 10, 15 of them. They're having a great time. They may not get early to the event, but after event, they're hanging around on the lawn and they're, regaling one another of what a great time they had. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yes,
So you're saying you have a policy for going up to them and saying, would you please disperse?
correct.
Okay, and that's in your plan?
Yeah, I mean, it's common for a lot of venues to do that, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's in our plan.
Move on. Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. And then same for, the start of an event, people congregating and the same, you're going to be
There will
on
be
the
no
lookout.
tailgating, right.
It's part of your policy, part of your plan to make sure that,
No tailgating for the conference on Blanding's Turtles.
yeah. No, well, okay.
To be clear, we will have a security person present and also on top of staff. So if there are any issues, we can have people take care of it.
Yeah, okay. Great. Did you want to move on to the next, probably traffic, right?
Yes, we can move on to traffic on that case. So other proposed improvements that we had, so we did update the site access to the site. There are existing curb cuts, as I just mentioned, sort of as the lead-in for Mr. Russo on the separate subject. We did originally propose a separate sort of drop-off circle in consultation with the planners and the city's traffic consultant. We refined the layout and functioning of how the site works with also landscaping adjustments to ensure sort of the visual and the aesthetic of the church seen from Walcott. So we do propose to access it via an existing connection from Walcott, and that'll provide access to the Main Street parking area over the existing driveway. There's a second exit-only driveway that is proposed on the northern side of the site. There's the ghost operating the computer tonight, which is proposed at the northern side of the site, which will be the reestablishment of the existing driveway in that location. And that was based on discussions with DOT and otherwise about how to get into and out of the site. So there's a one-way clockwise circulation, and that was also responsive to Mr. Clark's comments about vehicles in the parking area, drop-offs, and making sure that there was nobody backing out trying to go in multiple different directions. So that's sort of that, and then I'll turn to Rich just to speak very briefly to the traffic. I was going to try and present it all, but the management plan, just, an overview of how that will function on the site.
Yeah. And if you could specifically address what plans you have in place for people who might attempt to stop on Walcott and let people out, and how, that might end up,
Right.
somewhat of a danger.
Yeah, so in consultation with your traffic consultant, it's part of the traffic and parking management plan, we actually added an attendant to be posted at the entrance near Walcott Avenue there to kind of, if that was to happen, to direct the vehicle into the site so that they could drop off within the site. The plan would be to just kind of stop them at the point of where they would try to drop off on Walcott and direct them into the site so that they could drop off where it's intended up by the entrance for that specific item.
Thanks.
I can go through, the general overview of the traffic parking management plan again, if that's what you want to hear, or if you have specific questions on it.
You want the Richard Taylor version?
Yeah, so then just to reiterate, as far as stopping and dropping on Walcott, you're going to have individuals out there working to make sure that people know they got to move on.
Right. Yeah, it's almost like having a flagger to flag people in for drop-off operations.
Yep.
It's been done in other similar types of things.
What do you do if that person tells you, screw off, I'm going to stop here anyway?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's certainly, I guess that's possible, but, you know, the intent is, you know, with the signage that we've proposed for the drop-off and pick up, with having the attendant there at the entrance is to get as many people in to drop off on the site as possible. We also want to direct people directly to parking if we can, right? So we're trying to provide people of the information of the parking locations before they even get here. So maybe they just go park at the firehouse, come park here, come park on Beekman Street without having to pick up or drop off.
Maybe I can jump in and just do the highlight points of the mitigation measures that I've incorporated throughout the mitigation plan that Rich is speaking. He's speaking specifically about our traffic parking management plan. We also have a sensitivity analysis that was provided to sort of give it real world effects when traffic studies, you know, might seem like too many numbers. So one of the things that I think is important to highlight for the board and the concerns that related to traffic and parking is that we have pro-offered a post-approval monitoring report. So that monitors the event conditions for 6 to 12 month period after the event space is in circulation and functioning of the traffic management plan. So it's effectively suggesting that and providing the ability to monitor that and make sure it's, you know, so if anyone that would say, oh, we don't know it's going to work, well, we have a check to our balance.
You said 6 and 12 or
6
6?
to 12 months, it's a period of initial occupancy. So they would do it, maybe you want to clarify when it would take place?
Yeah, the intent is to do it sometime between that 6 and 12 months. We want to make sure that we capture both a type A and type B event, so a 150-person event or something close to that, and a 100-person event with the cafe open. So it's just, you know, giving it some time to work its way into the utilization in that first 6 month period, and then after that, kind of pick the right capacity event to kind of get a capture of what's really happening with those events.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that monitoring period, board?
Just as a point of information on the Edgewater application, I think there was a condition of approval for something very similar, post-occupancy.
There you are,
Monitoring
you're back.
report for traffic at certain intersections. That got really loud all of a sudden.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious about the interval. You know, it makes sense to, in the first 6 months, have some sort of, you know, reporting.
Right, and of course, when a project or a property is utilized, there is some learning curve on how operations take place. So the intent is to see how it's functioning, or if there are, you know, it's like when you want to build a sidewalk, you know, look for where that path was made across the grass, you know, or if you're trying to build a trail, it's the same concept. So hopefully here, that's the same, you know, as proposed, it's designed to work as function, but we're going to monitor it. If there's other measures necessary, the applicant will take those.
Yeah. So again, to be really clear and specific, a monitoring event will take place within this first 6 months?
Typically when we've done this in the past, it's been between the 6 and 12 month
Between
period.
the 6 month and the 12 month after
I think
operation
we
begins. I
could
see.
discuss adjusting that if that's the board's opinion, but that's typically how we've done this in the past with other similar type of scenarios.
Chairman. Start Kip with Craig Manning. We had provided them the comment because they initially started with just a timeline on when they should conduct the studies. And we didn't want to be confined to a time period. We'd rather want to be specific on the types of events that we're looking at, because they may not have a large event within 6 months. They might not have a type A event within 6 months.
Exactly.
But we want to see one. So that's why the traffic management plan specifically includes those studies per our comment. So I think I agree you want to try and get it done as soon as possible, but you want to make sure you capture the right type of event, not the right time that the event is occurring, if that makes sense.
We're just offering any, if the city sees fit as a different alternative, we're just offering some level of post-monitoring that will make the board feel comfortable if there was any concerns with how it will function, that it will function as according to plan.
Yeah, so let's say you do actually get lucky and you have an event the type you would want to monitor within the first 6 months,
Right.
I would hope that you would use that opportunity to monitor rather than saying, oh, we're not past 6 months yet,
Right.
right?
Yeah, I think we could say maybe we could just change it and say within the first year, if that makes everybody more comfortable. And, the other thing is, this is the type of thing we're gonna have to know the event is happening
Yeah,
ahead of time, right?
of course.
So it could be the kind of thing where we say to your traffic consultant, say, the event's happening on this night, we're gonna monitor this event, we anticipate this number of people, and then everybody's kind of on board with the event that we're gonna monitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes more sense to have it structured in a way that within the first year, you're monitoring any of those events that would be considered more, worthy of monitoring for just the types of things we're all
Right.
discussing as far as concerns. Does that make sense? I don't know how to create the language around that, but
I have a question. Are you attempting to monitor in order to help us operate efficiently and better within the restrictions? Or is this because this is like some kind of, like, is it feeling kind of punitive? Like, what's the
No.
outcome of the?
No. What I'm saying is that if you're waiting until past the first 6 months past to start monitoring, which is what it sounds like it's
Generally
structured
speaking, you
to
would
be
do that
doing.
because when, and I'm just speaking traffic language, a site, when first developed, has some, people have to learn that it's there.
I get it.
It's like when you have the arguments about signage. You want the biggest sign possible, but after 6 months, everybody knows where, target is. So it's the same, there's a similar concept there where there is some learning curve to get there, but the whole purpose of this is normally a typical project, you would review the traffic management plan.
Yep.
Your consultant would say, this works, which yours has, but there's been concerns that say, well, they've said that, the public still expressed concern that it's not gonna work. So we're trying to allay that further concern, that notwithstanding that 2 professionals have said that our operations work, that we're gonna put the belts to the suspenders, which obviously would be silly, but putting the belts to the suspenders to make sure that everything is functioning and that it gives the ability that if it's not, then we're gonna have to do more to make it work.
Yeah. I guess I'm just unclear about, the window of 6 months before the first monitoring event. I understand the need to sort of work the kinks out.
Right.
But that's 6 months that, you're working the kinks out, while the community around is.
Understood, and construction could be years on other projects, not, this one's not that, because
Yeah.
we're rehabilitating, existing building and preserving it, and, adaptively we're using another. But I think collectively, it's just, that's why they propose it typically in those timeframes, because you're more adequately addressing the operations. The intent is to be working and functioning day one, but I
Yeah.
don't think I was as great at my job on day one as I am many years later.
Yep, okay.
Is the monitoring a once and done type of event? I understand that there's different types of events that you're going to monitor, but is it, we're going to monitor 3 of the largest events, or, maybe everyone's on tip-top game because they know you're going to be monitoring, so, 3 months down the road, then what?
Yeah, I think the way we had identified it, the intent was to kind of pick the most critical of the events and do 1 or 2 of those, both the Type A and Type B, and kind of just get a full handle on the operation. We had, in our traffic and parking management plan, we had identified going back to the traffic committee specifically, because that was one of their comments also to us when we were there, was being able to, because the police officers, the emergency services, that they may have some input on things, how they're operating. So, they may have more knowledge than just 1 or 2 events too. So that was another piece of that monitoring, was going back to them and making sure that they're comfortable with how things are running also, so.
Some of the other things that we incorporated into this process, based on public comments and the comments from the board, would provide staff with directional signage. I think Rich may have touched on that already, in the on-site driveways to ensure efficient flow and manage the drop-off and pickup operations. We're also going to disseminate information to event attendees about available parking in the area. That includes at the hotel. We're going to encourage the same information provided to guests to use public transportation and options by eventees to reduce the overall parking demand. And we also even went so far as the emergency management in the event of emergencies at the site. the attendees will be directed to clear the site and the parking area and the driveways of all pickup and drop-off vehicles to ensure adequate access. Beyond that, we also referred, as you may recall, to the city's traffic, city's traffic consultant, of course, and your traffic safety committee, and we have sign off from the traffic safety committee as well. So we did go through sort of those enhanced processes to ensure.
I have a question, thanks. And this is prompted by public comment. So the question is, does the traffic management plan address the following hypothetical event? Applicant decides to organize a weekend, let's say just for the sake of argument, bluegrass festival with a number of performers at the event space throughout the day. There is a decision made perhaps to sell two types of tickets, day passes or weekend pass, and then headliner tickets if you just want to come at 4 p.m. and see the biggest names, such that this creates a situation where you have people coming and going throughout the day for two reasons. One, maybe because they have different ticket types, so they're coming at different times for different events. Other, also because it's a full day event, so people are leaving for a while to go get food, and they maybe decide they can skip a few bands. And in this kind of scenario, I think one of the differences would be you would need the traffic staff to be there the entire day, potentially, and not just at the arrival and departure times for a typical event. So, either, I guess options would be to say we're never going to do something like that, or yeah, we might do something like that, and we either have it covered in the traffic plan by A, B, and C, or we'd have to update the plan for like a full day type of presence. So yeah, please give me your thoughts on that.
Again, the overall intent of the space is not to operate as a music entertainment venue. That's not what's there. It's an interesting question. We're certainly not the Falcon or others. Like, that's not the use of the space. But again, it's a concern, so I think we can address it. Ultimately, the key point is that at no point will it exceed the number of attendees. That was a driving factor for a lot of reasons. I mean, there was how many vehicles are coming to the site, how many people are coming to the site. But I think the simple answer is, if there is an explicit concern about an all-day event, then we can incorporate that into the plan. But you're just reducing the number of people showing up at any one time, which was really the driver of these analyses, is that you were having a confluence of vehicles or people at one time. The concern of congregation, not that someone might be walking in at 4 o'clock and then someone might be coming in at 5 to the site. You'd have the staff on site regardless to manage those people coming into and out of the site overall.
As Taylor was saying, the space isn't really set up to have the kind of situation you're talking about.
Okay.
But there could be something like a baseball card convention in which, like, you have, or a antique roadshow kind of thing, where you have people. At no point there would probably be more than 100 people in there at a time, and it would be more like the flow of a restaurant, business in, business out. People would stay for about the duration of 30 minutes or whatever. But this isn't really what we're setting up to do.
If there's people that come out of the event, I think overall we've said no tailgating. We're going to encourage people in and off of the site, into and out of. The location is also in the building, as you all know, is particularly well suited so that it doesn't impact.
So just to reiterate what I'm hearing so far as response. So in terms of those members of the public who sent letters saying, could there be some kind of weekend music festival that's going to bring people coming and going all day, or the answer is you're not contemplating that. But you are saying that, but there could be something like a baseball card convention where there'd be a steady flow of people in and out throughout the day. And I guess one question would be, how do you sort of control whether you get a surge at some point during the day and you're suddenly getting more than 150 people on site at one time, or is that an issue or not?
It's all part of the planning. If something like that were to be planned, it would be under the circumstances that we would be able to address traffic and parking the way that our traffic management plan addresses it. So that we, as Taylor was saying, the biggest concern is from our neighbors, as we've heard, is 150 people leaving at the same time and coming at the same time. But
Just on that point, just the same with the hotel, like there's gonna be people that are coming to the site, they're gonna be coming in, maybe go out to get a drink, maybe come back, and then go to the other breweries that are open till 8 PM outdoors, things to that effect, right? So these are places and things that are functioning on the site, but they're being managed by the traffic management parking plan. The idea is to be able to provide all those resources and incorporate it, but I think your point is well taken. I think if it's not already well adjusted in the plan, it's being managed on the site. The encouragement and the focus is when it's a peak event, peak time, otherwise the site should function. That's sort of how traffic flow works.
Point of reference, I just did a quick head count. There's about 45 people in this room, just for reference.
3 times that much.
I appreciate what you're saying. What you're asking for is a very specific question around, are there going to be music festivals, which would go on all day? So whether it's like a baseball, what did you say? Baseball card.
They are kind of analogous, so it's, I mean, in terms of, I think, they're analogous, I think, in terms of what the concern has been expressed by the public about, could there be some kind of weekend event where people are just coming and going all day long, and is that something that would cause a more intense impact than an arrival time followed by everybody's just inside enjoying the event, and then a burst of departure time? So that, but go ahead, please. That's just
Trying to tie the two things together, baseball and events. I'm trying to think of Vegas. There was Pete Rose, I think it is.
Taylor doesn't want you winging it. You're not to wing it right now.
Exactly. So Pete Rose would sign baseball cards in Vegas, and then you could get an autograph, right? So you had to buy whatever the things are, right? But the scheduled times for Pete Rose were from whenever he wasn't playing poker and burning his money. So as a consequence, oftentimes you're going to highlight the function you're going to have that point of the conference where the people are going to be there for the thing, right, or the person.
Could you just say, on the advice of counsel, give me the mic instead of the funny story? It takes 3 times as long.
That's Taylor's story.
So we've got 5 minutes.
One other section, maybe we switch to noise?
Yes, let's do noise.
Okay. So we have our sound consultant joining us tonight. Sorry, Lauren. And the applicant proposes a lot of mitigation measures. Again, we're adaptively reusing the site. So we have a limit on amplified music. That's for the event space. We're using acoustical glass inserts on the interior side of the stained glass windows for the conference space. We're solid fillings within any openings in the brick on the west side of the deck. We have tongue and groove construction of rough cedar sound mitigating fencing on the boundary line. We do have fencing around all HVAC units. And we do, as we noted earlier, have the prohibition. It's in our EAF narrative, so that's the clarification. There is a prohibition on garbage removal or loading and unloading of that equipment between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that's in our EAF narrative as well. So this taken together with the reduced hours of operation and the current elevated sound levels in the vicinity of the property, some may think this is Walcott, but it's also 9D. So ultimately, it's a major urban arterial roadway. So we've done everything, these hours of operation, the total event capacity, all of the pieces have been done to effectively help also reduce noise on the site, whether it was attendees entering, exiting, vehicles entering, exiting, trucks entering or exiting. So there's been a lot done there. I don't know, Michael, if there's anything. 1 minute version.
Just two things I would add to what Taylor said. I've been checking them off as you go. One is the limit on the hours. So that the dispersal occurs by well before 9 p.m., which is the limit of daytime hours in the city ordinance. And then the second is the hotel and church buildings themselves, particularly the hotel, will act as barriers to sound. Anything that occurs between them or sort of at an angle, for example, West End Lofts is actually sort of behind at an angle to where the hotel will extend, because it's going to be the building that's there now, and then that building will extend westward, roughly westward. So that's another thing that I would add, is both buildings will also add to the noise attenuation on site, or sound attenuation.
And obviously, just as any other homeowner or business operator, subject to the noise ordinance of the city of Beacon.
Yeah, we added these just as other mitigations to help not have it become an enforcement issue.
Yep. I'm curious, have there been any consideration for signage for your patrons at locations on the property, just informing them of the need to be courteous and to be aware that they are in and around a residential area,
That's a great
to
suggestion.
please not trespass, you know.
Sorry, we definitely discussed having the quiet respect the neighbors signs, if that is something that will help.
Yeah, I mean, just one board member raising it, but I'll hear from hopefully the rest of the board. But I think it's a good, helpful reminder, you know, whether it works on the recalcitrant patron who doesn't give a crap. But there are times when people, you know, may not otherwise know unless they actually it's brought to their attention. So signage sometimes has a very good way of doing that. So.
I believe there are similar signs at that back outdoor area at the Hudson Valley Food Hall and also at Happy Valley. Yeah, so it's definitely a precedent for that. It probably is helpful.
Yeah, so something, again, if the board agrees, we would look for you to consider and include as part of your plan,
We'll note that on the site plan.
including locations, messaging and locations. Yeah. Anything else by the group questions around any of the subjects we've hit tonight? Open questions or other comments, concerns?
I have a question reflecting concerns from the River Ridge neighbors in particular about the fence. To me, it seems like a fence is a good idea for maintaining traffic, you know, keeping people from trespassing, which is another concern of your neighbors. I think the visual impact of the fence it's from comments, it's a concern. Would you consider pulling the fence off of the property line so that you could have planting on both sides? I know it's unconventional, usually the fence is on the property line, but you could, since you're doing a planted border along the south in particular, if the fence were bounded on both sides by planting, it might ease the impact.
We can certainly speak to the designer, and I can't imagine that would be she would be opposed to that by any stretch.
Sorry, you mean on both sides of a fence or no fence at all?
No, keep the fence, but pull the fence off of the property line so that you could plant and maintain both sides.
Yeah, it's like fence sandwich,
and,
where the fence is the bologna.
The fence has been something that we've been talking about for a while, and I've had both sides of the fence on the fence with regard to what I've heard from the neighbors that are directly on that property line. There's a couple that have told me personally that they want a fence, and some said they haven't. I've communicated with Betty about you know, what their preference is, and I think she said that they now have a clear preference, but and also John Clark had suggested a solution with instead of a wood fence, have a metal fence that you can actually see through also. So that, to me, would be a good suggestion as well. So if we can come to a consensus, that would be great. Like we will do whatever is necessary to appease the most people on that border.
Yeah, I mean, I think additional landscaping never hurts, right?
Right, but I also think, you know, since trespassing is such a concern that's been expressed, that a fence really is very helpful to, you know.
I think importantly too, to that point, we did, you know, at the suggestion of the neighbors on the view, and not so much, you know, basically the view, some from Hammond Plaza, we did also remove the sort of the trail component through the cemetery as well. So, I mean, it's more than just the concerns, but we've tried to address that from a broader scope. So I think that also helps mitigate, not just, you know, from again, a concern of trespassing. We've done a lot there from noise or otherwise by doing that, because again, as mentioned by the board and members of the public, there are other means to get to Beekman and down to the train.
Yep. All right, well, we're a little bit past 8. Is there anything else you wanted to share with the board, just kind of to tie things up, or otherwise around the board, any other questions? The goal of this was to make sure we spent a little bit extra time. I mean, we've spent quite a bit already, but just to make sure that we understand where you are at right now at this moment in time on all of these specific topics, because it has been quite an evolution.
Yes, I think that one highlight, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, and then we'll certainly defer to any other questions or open, go back to the public hearing format, is that this project has been substantially mitigated. We've seen alternatives after alternatives and analyses. That's something that you would do throughout the process, whether it was through a POSDEC or otherwise, to get this distilled down to its current duration. So we've tried to mitigate to the extent practical, and in some cases more than, to ensure that we're, building a good neighborly environment while, of course, preserving historic character and things that we've discussed for many months. So we've been before you for a few years now, and certainly we're hoping.
Has it been a few years?
Yeah, it's 2 years.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 years. So it's come a long way from the 500 people and 11 p.m. to where we are. And we hope the public, we're still listening, we're still working on this.
Yeah.
We want to make this happen, but these are things that'll be, this will be an asset, not a, we don't want to see the church go, and it's all a lot of things that can help really work in the fabric of this city.
Yeah, I was thinking the other day, something like this, while obviously there are distinct concerns, they've been expressed, but, in somewhat of a mind shift to considering something like this as an opportunity, right? So a couple things, I've gotten to know many more of my neighbors through this process. And, if you think about the types of events, and again, when you say event, it's somewhat of a loaded word, right? Sounds huge, right? Sounds scary, but that's one of the reasons why I asked about, chamber orchestra. It's one of the things I miss. I don't get to go to the symphony in the city anymore. I just don't have time for it. But, one of those things that brings a value to all of us, the full community, to an area like this, with as limited impact as possible, is a win-win, right? To be able to, on a nice, spring evening, walk up to, I'm stuck on this idea of, a quartet or even an orchestra, right? In, a beautiful setting where, you just happen to be walkable. You're in a walkable community, which is great. And just sort of thinking of this as a real asset and something that could become a real feature in Beacon. Not a feature to draw thousands of people to, but one that we could all engage in, enjoy, and be proud of. So anyway, sort of a bit of a mind shift there. Anything else around the board?
I have a question, John Clark, maybe you can help with. When was the zoning established for this parcel inhabits, with the overlay district and the special permit use?
So it's before my time, so I'm not sure of a date. I might be able to find out.
It would have been the 05 comprehensive plan, wouldn't it? Because you were here with us for the update.
For 17, yeah.
2017, so
it was before that.
2007.
Yeah, so
See if
07.
it's-
07 is when it was adopted, yeah. 05 is
Probably
when it
had
started.
around the same time the adjoining properties were being.
2010.
Yeah.
The special permit overlay for historic districts was allowed. So it's been around for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just one of the questions that came in the letters was, what happens if there's an event where you have non-drivers, teenagers or whatever, and the concern specifically being that you might have a large number of vehicles waiting around idling.
Rich, do you want to just touch on the traffic management plan? It's a great question, and as much as we're encouraging pedestrians to,
I'm not going to make this any longer, but it
no,
was.
yeah, it's something that did come up during the process, because that was a question that did come up. I think even in the context of youths. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, the traffic and parking management plan is really there laid out to address all types of events, including that specific scenario. We may have more drop-off and pick-up in that type of scenario, but we did a queuing analysis for that a possible eventuality that identified that we really wouldn't have more than 6 cars queued. That's what we can store, but in the off chance that does happen, We could utilize 2 lanes for a drop-off to address that, so we wouldn't have cars backed out onto 9D. And in that scenario, we would still have the parking attendants directing everybody into the site to make sure that traffic flow works out.
So if you have an event that goes a little bit long and you got people waiting to pick kids up, they're going to be asked, if they're not in designated areas to sit and wait properly, they're going to be asked to move on.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I think one of the enforceable problems I see, and it's always been lingering, and I don't have a solution to it, but people want to drop off on Walcott rather than pull in the site because they'll see that as being congested. There'll be lines in there and people getting in and out. It'd be just quicker to drop my teenager off in front of the building. Quick. And so you have an attendant out there to say, move on, whatever. Well, the logical thing for them to do is just drop off in front of River Ridge instead. So you'll still have people stopping on 9D and dropping people off. It just won't be in front of your site. And I don't see any solution to that anybody's come up with. You could put no stopping or standing signs in front of River Ridge and West End Lofts. That might help. You might have a cop sit out there. But how do you prevent people from stopping on Route 9D off your site, just off your site? Because you won't have any enforceability about that.
What I can say is that if this is happening, on the off chance that this happens, we'll focus on that area and have staff specifically address that issue and make sure that it's not going to happen. And that's but other than that, like if this scenario were to happen, we have to adjust accordingly, and we'll focus on that. That's all I can say.
We have to plan for the worst cases, and John is highlighting one of those, and that's not really a worst case in this instance. There are parking spaces along there's proposed in the current traffic plan that's being considered for the city, right? There's additional on-street parking that's considered in the area. Again, notwithstanding all of the other factors that people may have been walking from dinner or elsewhere in the city to come to the event. So we're certainly planning for that. We're certainly trying to utilize that, but
So
you
I
can't
think-
stop water.
This is a key point to the monitoring, right?
And then the other thing is that, all airports have cell phone lots now, where they designated where you wait, rather than pull off the edge of the highway, which most people tried to do for years, and so that they get the cell phone and then they go pick up. One of the things you might consider is a cell phone area designated, so when you spread your website word, this is where you go, this is where you park, this is where you wait, when you have a cell phone drop-off pickup call.
So you mean there's a designated area for picker-uppers who are waiting with their cell phones to get a message that the event is now let out?
Yes.
Go pick up your kid.
Yeah, the Westchester County Airport, there's a parking area, so that when, the passenger,
Great
gets off
idea.
the plane and they can call the person that's there to pick them up. Hey, I'm here.
I didn't know that.
Outside of the New York City airports, that's actually pretty common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart.
New York City.
So,
We can incorporate that.
yep.
Yep.
I think, obviously, look, sorry, did you have a question?
Finish your thought, and then I will.
No, I mean, it's all of these types of eventualities, right, that I think, in our quiet moments, we think, oh, shit, what about that? What about this, right? And you certainly can't plan for every single potential eventuality, but we want to try to make sure that we address as many as we can, right?
I feel like we planned pretty damn.
Oh, yeah. No, like, again, I hadn't realized it was 2 years, but yes, we've touched on quite a bit as far as this application.
We have an example right next door with Dia where they have a parking attendant that stands right there at the entrance and directs people to park wherever.
Yeah, they're pretty militant.
Yeah.
They don't mess around at the D.
Do we have enough, does the board have enough specifics on the cemetery renovation and management, and also the
Do you have
renovate?
questions? I feel I do, but.
I can tell you this, that I called the New York State Department of Cemeteries. I spoke to a guy, I think named Len Breen, and there are no regulations for
Why is there a Department of Cemeteries then?
Because, and
Public cemetery.
I never knew
so-
there was such a thing.
so they don't generally regulate religious cemeteries, but they really don't regulate former religious cemeteries that are now owned by a private property owner. And their response was, we'd love to see it mowed twice a year at least. We'd love to see a fence maintained around it and have it be kept up. But I think people have been, the public has been asking questions, what's going to happen with the cemetery? I don't know if we have a detailed plan of what's happening with the cemetery. And it bears everybody being aware of the fact that there's essentially no requirements from the state for the upkeep of the cemetery. So it's really, it's an open-ended thing.
I'll just throw out there right now, for the 17 years I've lived in Beacon, that cemetery has been an ongoing issue with people saying someone should fix it up. I'm having a little trouble drawing a causal line between that and this application.
Well, it's now a part of the applicant's
We're proposing to
property.
maintain it.
Right.
It will be
Right.
mowed, it will be-
And I think
We're contacting it, it's sold that, as the project really has to kind of move forward, it has to be able to be operable.
So as far as the
Mowing a lawn is not
cemetery,
difficult, right.
the intent is to maintain it as part of your property.
Right, we had proposed the
right?
path as well, we removed that.
You're removing the path, there's no public
Right.
through thoroughfare. Any potential attempted vandalism is an act of trespassing, right? So that's a policeable matter. Again, you're going to maintain this piece of your property in a fashion that is required by, actually, the city requires a certain level of maintenance of lawns, I think, right? So,
Well, it's
but-
I've spent countless hours discussing the cemetery and how to approach this, and with restoration experts and preservationists, and it's a lot to do. And we want to take it on, and it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
But we're definitely from the very beginning, we want to treat it with as much respect as possible, and for the people that have been laid to rest there, and it deserves better than it has now, by far.
In keeping with what you said, John, about, what about a perspective shift where we look at the benefits of the project, including, the benefits of the community?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the question is, there may need to be some concrete details that address some of what people have expressed as their important concerns. Some members of the public in their letters have talked about the wildlife in the cemetery area as being a concern. So maybe, if the applicant is offering, concrete actions for the cemetery as a public benefit of the project, maybe it's getting a biologist and protecting the diversity, more than it is immediately restoring, headstones. I don't know, but I'm just saying that, I guess I'm putting that, the first part of my question to the board was, do we need more concrete information on that? And the second part was, do we feel we want any more concrete information on priority renovations to the church building? There's obviously a pretty significant reconstruction to turn the former parsonage into the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I think members of the public have talked about, we've got slates falling off of the steeple, and that's not an easy element to get to, but, are there going to be specific concrete commitments to, priority renovations on the church building for the event space that they're going to be built into the?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody in the room. I'm saying, what's the feeling on the board for wanting to see these things? What's our jurisdiction over this stuff? And, what's the applicant's take on
There's a
it
lot
in
of
terms of?
questions. Which one do you want to hit first?
Well, with regards to
The
the
applicant.
cemetery, they do have notes on the plan as far as cemetery restoration notes. And the applicant says they will clean up and maintain the cemetery property as it currently exists by clearing debris, dead trees, and fallen branches. Applicant intends to perform additional restoration work in the future once an appropriate scope of work is evaluated and agreed to, along with applicants, consultants, and the cemetery restoration experts recommended by the Beacon Historical Society or Preservation Group. The schedule for future restoration work will be coordinated with the scope of work as well as available funds to accomplish the work as it proceeds.
John, I was looking for those notes. Which sheet is that on?
That's sheet 9 of 16.
Thank
So
on
is
the
that,
left side.
is that something that gets built into the special use permit then, to say
It's
that?
part of the,
Yeah, it's on the plan,
Well,
so
it's
it's
part of the plans
approved
already.
as part of the.
But it's very open-ended, but it would at least compel that scope of work to be developed at some point, and,
that's why I say, as far as what the applicant has expressed to us in terms of their approach to the maintenance and the upkeep of the cemetery, I understand it and I'm satisfied.
okay?
It's codified, and it will be part of the approved plans, and will carry. There'll be a requirement of your approval to do so. So what are you asking? Is there?
I think you
is
just
there-
answered that question.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
I'm satisfied that, you know, with that.
So if you're asking that of the rest of the board, then let's give the rest of the board an opportunity to share their opinions.
I found those notes to be pretty vague, and so I asked for more specifics. What does it mean? All they're committing to there is picking up branches and cleaning out dead wood. That's not maintenance to me. So I would like to see some more specifics about, are they going to, keep the grass down? Are they going to have to clean out dead wood? That sort of
Yeah,
thing.
great. So if you have more specifics, then we'll make them part of the.
So the specifics, and we did outline this in a prior meeting as well, but I'll repeat them here. And this is after contacting historians and preservationists who have made it clear that we should follow this approach. So number one is to clean up the premises, to remove any debris, fallen branches, dead trees, garbage, etc. And this has actually already begun and will continue. Number two is to work with the specialists in native and/or historic vegetation restoration to conduct an existing vegetation assessment to recommend how to address and manage the site. And then number three is to assess headstones and monuments to document descriptions and existing conditions on the premises. And number four is, as appropriate, conduct further landscape restoration prior to or after headstone restoration. Work with cemetery restoration experts recommended by the Beacon Historical Society or Preservation Group in connection with any headstone repairs and any work to restore and place any headstones in their original location as necessary and appropriate. And as a side note, it's also been recommended that due to its historic importance and contribution to preserving local history, the cemetery should be accessible to the public in the future. And so that can be just, I know that there's a bit of back and forth talk about accessibility, but it has been recommended that eventually it should be accessible.
So the way I see it is, because I remember reading that's very specific about what I would consider your long-term plans, right? And then there's what's outlined in terms of the maintenance. I think what's missing, at least as far as that part, is
Mowing.
Mowing. Is it all Vinca? Yeah,
I
there's.
think we can commit to, if there's a schedule of mowing, that's not gonna hold us back here.
Yeah, no,
So,
I agree
think
with
the
you. I didn't
intent
think
is
it was a part of.
in
a part of a
what's the
lawn that
word
needed to be
reasonable
mowed,
thing?
right?
There's ordinances that control the grass, it's now privately controlled property, but if there's a schedule that would typically be required, I think you would.
It's a
where there's
challenging,
grass.
it's a challenging site because
Right.
it's not grass, it's overgrown, it's like, taken over with weeds, and most of the cemetery space itself is tree covered. So, maybe there's a landscape plan that you could put together.
And that's a step in our process here, that's identify what needs to be done back there. And, so we're not just going back and mowing, we're actually asking what we should do from a landscape expert, and specifically one that deals with cemeteries if possible.
We'll see what else we can be specific about based on recommendations from experts that do this. They're committed to doing better than has been done for the last 100 years.
Yeah,
period.
so I think specifics around your regular maintenance program, and then an understanding and specifics around what your long-term plans are, and what the proposed time frame for those things are, and what the end result, which will then also be, maintained and kept up, would be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Key church building renovations?
I don't know why you're asking me.
That was the second part of my question, was any priority church structure renovations that are, I don't recall if we have stuff on any of the plans that commit to, like, say, repairing the loose slates on the steeple or anything that's been identified by neighbors as, gosh, that seems like maybe that's kind of a priority one.
Yeah, from a seeker standpoint, I don't think that's going to change the discussion from environmental impacts, but we're absolutely going, SHPO has reviewed our proposal and agreed that we're not, that we're consistent and not having any impact on the historic structure, but I'm looking to REA in case there's specific items that have been reviewed in the existing building that would be, the first line of preservation. We've identified, for example, the things on the inside that would be done to help mitigate noise and otherwise, but.
Well, my first question would be, is the concern around elements that have been observed that are safety concerns? Or is it simply an aesthetic repair? Right, obviously the owner has a vested interest in making sure that an envelope is secure and that tiles aren't falling off. So, but again, those, I don't.
The safety concern was raised by the neighbors from slates falling off the steeple or the roof. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that initial kind of repair and maintenance is started when we're going to get into the details of what we're doing on the exterior when we get into the construction drawings. And
right.
See what really needs to be done.
But I think there should be at least a note on the plan in terms of repairing maintenance of the roof and other materials for safety concerns. So that, we don't have to wait for construction drawings. We have something on the site plan that guarantees that you're going to take care of the exterior of the building and repair what's needed. I think you gave those assurances during the architectural review subcommittee meetings, but I don't see it on the plans, and I think we put a note on the plans to that effect would be helpful.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think pretty strong self-interest not to have slate tiles falling on patrons.
Yeah, of course. But I think what you're hearing from the board is, including our consultant, that, have something noted, part of the record, part of the requirement. Well, we got an extra half an hour.
We thank you for scheduling this, and hopefully we can able to provide some helpful feedback. Hopefully the public is.
I think, and hopefully the public benefits from having heard, the goal being, to make sure that we run through, because it has been 2 years and a lot of information shared, we run through this moment in time where the applicant has come in terms of all of these specifics so that we as a board are clear and understand just what we're going to be further discussing and then acting on.
I hear there's a public hearing on this.
There is a public hearing. However, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we're going to go to the regular agenda. So we'll be right back.
Can it be done?
Okay, we're going to get started. Welcome everybody to the, what month is this? June 2023 meeting of the City of Beacon Planning Board. We're going to address our first item of business as it relates to, they never gave me a gavel. Although I keep asking for good chairs. I started on the planning board in 2004. These are the same chairs.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
feel like it.
So, any mention of revisions required to our meeting notes? I'll accept a motion to accept last month's meeting notes into the record.
Motion.
Motion by, who was that? Kevin. Second?
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So then we'll move to our first item of business in our regular meeting, and that is to continue public hearing on the application for special use permit and site plan approval, hotel and event space, 1113 Walcott Avenue. So unless the applicant has anything else they'd like to add after our hour and a half exchange, The public is welcome to step to the mic, and do you have something?
I have nothing to add.
Oh. That was something. So I'll also note that, and again, I can't believe it's been 2 years. The public hearing has been open for quite some time. We've taken in quite a bit of public comment, and we thank you all for your observations, concerns, and comments. We've also received quite a few letters over the course of time that the public hearing has been open. Again, thank you for all of the public's thoughts, concerns, attention on this and all of the applications. I will add, though, that best you can, if you've already made comments, that if you have new things to add, please do, but you don't find it necessary to repeat yourself. Because, again, we've taken in all of this. We've heard every note, every item, and so not necessary to, again, repeat yourself. But anyone here to comment on this application, you're welcome to.
My name is John Bono, 10 Stratford Avenue, Beacon. I've lived here for 17 years. I got a question about this, about the hotel and the church. Now, the church is to accommodate the venue and things that go on. I mean, the church. But it can't accommodate things that go on unless the hotel is built. So is this going to go to a point where we have to build a hotel first, then we can have a venue, or events at the church? I mean, that seems to make sense. Without the church, you can't have, I mean, without the hotel, you can't have this going on at the church because there's no hotel. So when the hotel gets built, in a year, year and a half, however it takes, then this whole can start with, them opening up. I think that's the way it goes, and I think I couldn't find the section of the law, but I think there is a section of the law that explains that too. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the parking, which I have mentioned, but I thought enough to mention it again because the fellow who does the traffic survey here did the parking, and about a year and a half ago he was telling us we could park 72 cars across from the fire department there. Well, we had the mayor, I was talking to the mayor and I watched the town meeting. They just cleared room to park more cars there, okay, which now will accommodate only 52. So I don't know where you got the number from, but I think a lot of these things are dreamed up, The other thing, as a good act of faith of the church, and you can see that it hasn't been done, especially for handicapped people and or other people, in front of that building, which should be the hotel, that sidewalk hasn't been repaired. I can't run over it in my wheelchair, okay? I mean, just as an act of good faith. Everybody walks over it every day. It's like, it's all torn up. I don't know, John, if you've been there, walked across it. Yeah, to me, that's something that should have been taken care of. And the other thing is the church, which is now part of this thing, but I don't think should be open for events right at this point because it isn't, I don't think it's building worthy, okay? It's got 2 little bathrooms in it to accommodate people that are going to go in there, to accommodate weddings, or are they having things going on there now? Are they properly insured? Or is this just, they're just trying to keep dollars and cents going so they could keep going, which I can understand, but, we have the right way to do it. Nothing should be going on in that church at all until the hotel is built.
Thank you. Jennifer, did you have something?
I just wanted to talk about the phasing.
Yeah.
And because the church is going to operate as a conference center and event space as an accessory use to the hotel,
Yep.
yes, I would envision one of the conditions, if you were to get to an approval, would have to be that the church space can't be used until a CO for the hotel is issued.
Yeah.
But that doesn't speak to the current, it's currently a church. It's a building department issue as to, its current use and occupancy and whether it has the necessary, CO and permits and approvals
Yeah,
for
yeah.
events now. Which
That
I
all makes
imagine
sense.
It could.
Right. It currently can be used for a particular set of.
Correct, and we'll present a specific section of your zoning code that does not prohibit that use on a commercial lot. On a residential lot, the accessory use could not be utilized prior to a principal use. This is a commercial, what we're developing on the site is not a residential use. There's a specific section in the zoning code 223-14E that speaks to accessory buildings on residential lots. So there is only a prohibition related to that, notwithstanding, to the city attorney's point, again, this is an existing use on the site.
Well, the church, I think I've reviewed this already. I think the church has got to be used as a church up until
Right.
this new use. The hotel has to be built prior to the new use being put onto the property. That was what I reviewed in here, and you're talking about 223-14.1. I think that's what we're talking about because we're using it over the exception under the historic overlay. Correct?
Yes, but it specifically says, for the purpose of this section, residential lots, which it's referring to, residential lots, shall mean any lot containing a permitted residential use. We are by no means a residential use.
So logically, though.
The intent is to develop out the site, but that would say you're not going to use the church space for a prolonged period of time to.
So I think what we're getting at is that the special permit is for the specific uses we've been talking about past 2 years and of course drilled into tonight.
Correct.
Right, so so the question being, once we, get to an approval on this full application, it would make sense that in order for you to use the church as an event space and a conference space, as accessory uses to the hotel, that the hotel be viable, the hotel be running prior to your ability to use the church.
We understand. I
for
think
the
we're just trying to make it
intended
from
uses.
again, the site is already being utilized for, it can be utilized for a number of functions. I think what we're suggesting is that the code does not explicitly limit this scenario on a commercial, for commercial uses. In fact, it explicitly limits that operation to residential uses, not commercial uses. So the intent of the applicant would be to renovate that space while developing the hotel, but be able to, again, utilize that space to the extent that would be approved by this board while that process is taking place. If that's not going to...
And even if that's true, you have the authority, as the approval authority of the special permit and the site plan, to phase it as you deem appropriate. And
it sounds like if we want to have that done, we would have to do that because you're not agreeing to the assumption that we had, that it would be subsequent to the C of O of the hotel, that the assembly space would be usable. I think a lot of people assumed that. And
this is a temporary condition. We're not suggesting, like, if the board saw fit, it could say that could operate, if the time frame to build out the building, which I'll ask Aria to speak to separately, or we can put in a supplemental response, is to be built within 1 year. I'm just setting a time frame. That it could only be utilized up to 1 year while this building is being built. So it's not a sort of carte blanche to utilize that space in perpetuity, but it's effectively, it's a way to help get...
Hang on. Let me just make sure I'm clear. Right now, as it exists, you can use the church for specific things.
Yes.
Such as?
Weddings or otherwise, but yes.
Right. So by law, you're able to use the church
For a lot of
however you
things.
want, or
Right, unregulated, right.
within the code.
Yes.
Right? There are currently permitted uses right now for which that church can be used.
Yes.
So that's item number one. Once this is approved, the special permit converts the use into what we all agreed to, right? So what are we talking about? Are we talking about up until the approval, what the use is? I don't
I think
we
that
are.
the
I think
applicant
we're
is just,
talking about-
I think the comments are coming related to the use of the property post-approval until such time as the hotel has been constructed.
Right, so let's go there, right? What I'm hearing is there are a number of us who had the instinct that because the uses under the special permit for the church space were accessory uses to the hotel, that those accessory uses wouldn't be able to kick in until you had the hotel built.
Understood,
So
I
is
think-
it a different understanding as far as the...
If I may, just the specific, the development plan on this site, that would make absolute sense if this was a blank slate, right? Where you're building 2 new buildings and you're constructing out the site. Here, the hotel is not renovating the church. The hotel is renovating the parsonage. It's a much more, there's a significant undertaking
understand that.
to do that, as distinct from the church renovations, which are more, restoring the facade and.
So what you're saying is, a long way, that the applicant intends to and would like to, whether we agree is a different story, while the hotel building is being built and renovated, use the event space for the special permit uses, the accessory uses. Is that right?
Effectively, yes.
There's a clear issue here, though, right off the bat, in that some of the representations that the applicant has made, example, like, traffic impacts will be reduced because most of the attendees will be staying in the hotel. Those things go up in a puff of smoke if you start using the event space before the hotel is constructed. So just.
And if I may, we're
clear-
trying to regulate the use more than what is, so today, at the site, there are no regulations, right, for the religious use. So I think we've discussed this throughout the process, that the applicant's proposal implements a number of restrictions, much more stringent than what are presently placed on the church building. So I think we'd have to build out the access points, and the site circulation and the function would have to be there to be able to do that. But ultimately, we're simply seeking, during the interim of the building out of the hotel, that it be able to be utilized. And the alternative, then we'll have to rely on the existing permission, but it isn't subject to all these regulations in that pendency, in that period between the approval and when the hotel is built. So we're trying to come up with it's just a way to continue to utilize the site rather than letting it sit vacant for a prolonged period of time while the hotel is built out.
And what about continuing to use it as a church up until the point you have a CO for the special permit use?
And if the applicant wants to speak to it, I think I've tried to address as best I can what
I mean,
we're.
it's something that, the building department would have to weigh in on eventually, but that.
If the board's, if it's the board's opinion that we
More
shouldn't.
logical than what you're proposing to have.
Yeah, if the board's opinion is that we shouldn't be operating, that the church's uses and those that are permitted.
The church, yes, and I've said before that the church is allowed to operate as a church up until the point of whether or not the planning board, goes, if they approve this, then, it will go upon their approval. But again, I'm having concerns, again, I read the code, I see that the event space is accessory to the hotel.
Right.
But in the same term, we're also talking, your sound consultant even says the hotel is part of your sound mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
So, if that's part of the special permit, you would still need that to be in place in order to open up that venue.
Yeah, again, that's the sort of second piece of criteria that I think led us all to the understanding that you wouldn't be able to.
We're still discussing with the board.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to necessarily
Understood,
use
but-
the.
So just,
Sorry.
I don't want to have a bat.
If you wouldn't mind, we're doing you
We're
the
addressing your
courtesy of
point,
actually
right.
addressing your questions and concerns, and we're still in the middle of that. So if you would bear with us for a moment,
Okay.
I would like to complete.
Okay.
And again, I don't do this to be overly strident for no reason. There are times, especially at night and late at night, that I want to make sure that we're addressing the specific points and that we're maintaining a train of thought, because you may not believe it, but it takes a lot of kind of brain space to make sure we're following the very specific and sometimes really useful conversations here. So forgive me for interrupting you.
All right.
We gotta keep-
I totally understand what you're saying, John. Well, when they start doing construction on that hotel, It's going to have a fence around it.
I understand.
And
I'm
it's going
sorry,
to move right
sir.
into that.
You didn't hear me. I got to keep going with this, and now I lost it. So there were two very specific points, one that Len made and one that Bruce made, around the specifics of the. I've got this.
Okay.
Of the hotel building. One are the hotel guests, right, being mitigating elements to the impact to traffic on the site. The other is its sound attenuating qualities. Directly related to the use of the church for the special permit accessory uses. So again, that's why I think we were all of the understanding that hotel had to be in place and properly in place before the use of the church started under the accessory
I
uses.
think we understand, and, you know, obviously that's the board's directive, so we're here to hear those comments and work through it. So naturally, if the board, as highlighted by the attorney, by Bruce, they have the ability to condition it, so if that's the directive, then we will. We would just seek confirmation that, of course, the church space can continue to be occupied as such until such time as the CO is issued.
I don't see why not.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for the clarification. Sorry to...
Agreement around the
Sorry
board?
to...
Well, I mean, this is probably something we should be addressing.
Mike, please.
This is probably something that we should be addressing once we close the hearing or actually.
Getting to that. Thank you. Sorry. Did you have something else? I appreciate your patience with it.
Well, no, I thank you for appreciating what I said, but what I'm talking about is safety concern also when they're building this hotel and you have an event going next door. Okay, there's not going to be room for these people to come in and out of the driveway.
Understood. I think where we're at is that as a board, we're going to work to make the viability and the hotel being online in place prior to the use of the church for these accessory
Thank you.
uses. Thank you. Anyone else?
That was pretty awesome. There's no parking there now. When they do the construction of the hotel, there will be no parking. This concerned community has been watching this proposed venue in the public arena for 2 years. I can only speak for myself, but I am sadly disappointed in tonight's roundtable. This is a repeat of the what-ifs rhetoric that we've heard before. We've sorted through endless presentations of the applicant bringing countless revisions of their proposal to the table. The only consistency is their failure to provide a remedy that will protect area residents from noise pollution, traffic congestion, and trespassing. Allowing this type of unmanageable and unenforceable project into this location will make it impossible to make them change course if you are to allow them a trial period, as was in some of the documentations from the planner. The best course of action is to flat out deny a special use permit and site plan approval. This will not only have a long-lasting impact on all neighboring residents, but on every resident and visiting tourists flocking to the city, bringing an unrealistic traffic congestion at all hours of the day and night on this already busy Route 9D corridor at this location. You've asked your experts, and there is not a one-fix solution. Tonight, we heard 7:30 end time and 8 p.m. off the grounds. Personally, I've never been to a family or a friend gathering where I've rushed out without interacting and chatting to recap the event. We heard tonight 150 attendees, 2 times a day, with 1.5 hours to load in and out between events. To me, that is a continuous 200 to 300 people a day. Dig back into the notes where the city's own planner states it's a good repurpose of the building, but the wrong location for this type of event space. Please stop the dog and pony show and just say no special use permit and no site plan approval. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Sorry, this is not a dog and pony show, respectfully. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Claire Reed from Hammond Plaza. I appreciate you doing the open session tonight. I found that helpful. I had 2 concerns directly from what I heard tonight. One was regarding the cemetery. I thought the things they said they were going to do at the cemetery actually sounded very good. My concern was that there was one line, if I heard it correctly, was something to the effect of, as funds become available. To me, that's a giant caveat. That's, if we don't have funds, what happens? Can they just say, who determines, we don't have the funds now. Does it ever happen? Did we ever have the funds? The other thing was regarding the trial basis, like for the traffic studies, the monitoring after a certain number of, whatever, 6 months, 12 months, whatever, even the events. Who's monitoring it? I kind of think I don't know if I'm comfortable with them monitoring their own solutions. Maybe we need to have the Beacon traffic consultant monitor as well, maybe at their expense, but monitor it as well. Because they said maybe you're going to be in your best behavior. Somebody brought that up. Also, are they going to correctly judge whether this was successful or not? You only have to go to an airport once to see people dropping people off and the people with the whistles, and they have tons of people trying to move people along at the drop-off points and departure and arrival gates, and it's not effective. I don't see how one person or even two people on Walcott are going to be any more effective. And it's not just one side of Walcott, it's going to be both sides of Walcott. And you're going to have people trying to cross. I just think it's going to be a nightmare. And I'd like to see, my concern is if it's a problem down the road, it's 6 months down the road, and this has been happening, what are they going to do? If you don't have a solution in advance, and then it's not working 6 months down the road, what do you do? Do you pull back? Do you say, okay, now we close up shop? It's already done. I think that's too late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Shelley Simmons-Bloom, 30 Beekman Street, The View. I've cut all my notes. The one thing I wanted to say was really just to understand what happens if this project is given the go-ahead. Can the applicant then return to the city at a later date to plead operational changes? So do 130 events a year revert to 360, which was the original proposal? Do the hours of operation revert to an end time of 11:30 p.m.? Does the maximum capacity change from 150 to 500 people? I just think it's important that we never lose sight of the original intention for the church, which is a late night event space for 500 people shoehorned into a residential neighborhood, because I'm sure the applicant and their investors won't forget that. I've heard them say a number of times that what else will happen to this church? It will be destroyed. It will go to rack and ruin. But I think as a community, we really don't believe that. It's a historic property, and I think it would be a very desirable place for the community with the right partners. And also just to re-emphasize what Claire said about the post-monitoring period, it doesn't seem fair that it's incumbent upon the community to feel the impact and the pain of going through a post-monitoring period when we'll be the ones that feel the impact of it, because our quality of life at the end of the day will be the ones that will be most greatly impacted. So thank you for your time, and we really appreciate everything that you're doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Bloom, The View. Thanks very much. I'm not going to read my letter. I submitted it. The 2 points is, one is, it seems that Prophecy Theater went ahead, bought this property without knowing that they could actually use it for what they intended to. So my question, rhetorical question, is, why is it incumbent on us to sacrifice our peace and our tranquility and our well-being to make their dream come true? The other thing is, I'm not sure how you could grant a special approval, special use approval, when we don't really know what it is. It's changed so many times. It's conference center, wedding center, what kind of music. I think, certainly classical music there would be great, but we have the Howland Center for that. So I just don't know I'm still confused, that's all I'm saying. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Alex Rivers, 2 Academy Place. I've spoken before. I think the crux of it boils down to we don't have to trust them. There's going to be permitting, rules, regulations on the usage of how the building can be used. And the truth is, as grown-ups, we have to self-monitor our community. It doesn't matter. At some point, something happens in the community. It's a punishment on us to be able to call whoever has to be called if that happens. So it doesn't matter whether we trust them or not. There's rules, regulations, permitting that are going to be set in place. The board is doing its job and making sure all the little details are followed to make sure that everything is under order. If it's not there, then you call. That's it. And the Prophecy Investment Group is very invested in it, making sure that they are going to follow those rules and regulations so they are not in violation and lose their permitting and lose their usage of the space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Wall, 8 River Ridge Court. For nearly 2 years, I've been attending these hearings for the Prophecy Theater, a commercial project which clearly belongs on Main Street or in an industrial area with sufficient on-site parking, not shoehorned between 4 residential, quiet developments and across the street from many private homes. Those of us who will be most negatively impacted by this proposal, and even those who live further away, have expressed their concerns time and time again. And instead of the applicant working with his lawyers and consultants and the community to come back with viable solutions regarding our quality of life issues, we get double talk. For now, they have reduced operating hours and maximum capacity, although now they have finally admitted that there is the intention to have multiple events, so it's not 150 people per day, it could be hundreds of people per day coming and going, our biggest concern. This is another loophole, the way they found loopholes around building an event venue as an accessory to a hotel, relying on a 1964 parking exemption to get around the fact that they only have 33 on-site parking spots, calling 8 or 9 p.m. daytime hours, telling neighbors they live in a dense urban area and that they should keep their windows closed if they don't want to hear prophecy noise. All of which might satisfy current beacon ordinances, but does not change the devastating impact that this proposal would have on our community, something that must be taken into consideration when requesting a special use permit. Over the years, we have heard mention of shuttle buses, with no clear explanation of how those would work and not cause even more disturbance to the neighbors. Parking leases that have never materialized, cemetery and church restoration, but no concrete plans. Hiring a few security people for large events, but no explanation of what those security people would actually do. Assuming 2 or 3 security people are able and willing to get 150 attendees off the Prophecy grounds in a half hour, how will they prevent attendees from moving onto neighbors' property? They can't. How will they prevent attendees from creating noise disturbances as large crowds come and go at the same time? They can't. In all this time, there has been no real vision for protecting the neighbors. Speaking as a resident of River Ridge Views, I have no doubt that on a daily basis, there will be large groups of event attendees, bar and cafe patrons, and hotel guests coming onto River Ridge property with no mechanism to stop them. We have given them ample opportunity to present a plan that the community could live with, and they have failed to do that. This proposal does not meet the special permit conditions under Section 223-1881 and 223-247D, and I ask that you consider how much is at stake here for the residents and make a positive declaration so the community can live in peace. Thank you to the board and Mr. Clark for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Rachel Rifkin of River Ridge. So unfortunately, today is a night that I was proven incorrect. I was hoping that the applicant would come forward, that's why we had this 1 hour, and prove to the public and to the board that he has a viable proposal. We've been in the same questions, and I understand everyone's frustrations because it also speaks to the public. So this, I don't know what happened with this 1 hour because it's the same thing. And we've talked about all of this. I would also say if the primary use is a hotel, we don't have a, short, so maybe I should go like this, anticipated room rate. What is the vision for the hotel? If that is what he's allowed to build, if I'm correct, because everything gets confusing. And I would say that, and how can I trust that if he doesn't even know what a room rate is? We have no description of a hotel. And then we have a church that's operating, which I don't know if there's a CO in place. And yes, we're stating the same things over and over, and I understand that, but we just sat and listened for an hour of the same thing over and over. And the applicant should be happy that we fought, the public fought, so much to get that church, cemetery, not through use, because I have called the church, and he doesn't even know if there is bodies in that crypt. He cannot say for facts. Nothing has been stated factual. And it is actually a federal offense if you do go over a body or anything, per the cemetery thing. So can we just get a room rate? And how is this possible that the church is still active with no CO, no special permit, no liability, and it's just happening in front of our faces? And what is that showing to the community and everybody? So I'm sorry, Mr. Gunn, I'm sorry to all of you, but also we have to sit here and listen to the same thing over and over. He was supposed to come here today with his I's dotted, his T's done. I was just lecturing my 5-year-old nephew. It's like graduation day, you come with your project. There was nothing done today in solitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Jaffe, 8 River Ridge Court. Would it be all right if I handed out some photographs?
Sure.
To follow up on what several people have been talking about today, the condition of the church and the church properties. In 2 years, Prophecy Theater has owned the Dutch Reformed Church. Nothing or very little has been done to improve the outside of the church building, the cemetery, or the surrounding property. Restoring the church and cemetery has been a key selling point that Prophecy Theater uses to tell everybody we're going to be giving the community a restored church and a restored cemetery. They also go to the point and say, if we don't do it, it's going to fall into bad disrepair. Yet nothing has been done, and there are no specifics as to what will be done in the near future. I know this evening they talked about a couple of specifics, but they were sort of, I thought, wishy-washy. Meanwhile, the church steeple is shedding slate shingles, the cemetery is in deplorable condition, and the sidewalk along Walcott Avenue is unpassable for anybody in a wheelchair, walker, or scooter. The applicant seems to be talking out of both sides of their mouth, saying he will restore the church to win favor from residents and from officials, yet not having any real plans to do so. From my perspective, this is an indication of the type of neighbor they'll be if this program or this project is approved. Thanks for your time. We appreciate the board's efforts into all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Any thoughts, discussion around the board on closing the public hearing?
Close the public hearing.
We had a neighbor from West End Lofts.
Please use the mic.
Thank you. We had a
neighbour from West End Lofts who submitted a letter this afternoon, and we realised it was too late to include it in the package. I just wondered if I could very quickly read it to you. It's very short. It's from Marilyn Joseph, 2 Liam Drive. She couldn't be here tonight for health reasons, but she asked that this letter be read. So her questions are, why do we need this venue? What is it bringing to our community? We already have 3 hotels in town I know of. We already have many cafes and restaurants, and more opening all the time. We already have many popular music venues in town and nearby, and music festivals. We already have a very community-supportive event centre, the Howland Centre, that holds a variety of events that are well attended. I don't care about their concessions. They are just, it's not my words, they are just political pandering. The proposed venue will destroy our residential neighbourhood, and I bet it brings property values down. P.S. If I remember my HS science, doesn't water carry sound, and aren't we on the banks of the Hudson? Thank you.
Thank you. Was that submitted? I was just curious if that was submitted by the author.
It came in too late.
Oh, I understand.
To be submitted for the package, so that the lady asked us to read it this evening. So it's
wouldn't
Marilyn
mind-
Joseph of West End Lofts.
Yeah, just for ease of record keeping. Thank you. Just curious, is this the condition of the steeple today?
Yes. That's yes.
It is.
So I think there's a lot of questions that came up or comments that came up. Naturally, the applicant is generally constricted of what they can do on a site while pending an approval. So there's a lot that can be done, but I think the whole purpose of this process is to implement a full plan and not to do something and then undo it to redo it. So I know there's a lot there. I think importantly,
What's that got to do with fixing a roof?
I think the applicant mentioned tonight that there were fixes, but
And I should know this, but who has purview over sidewalk replacement? City?
I was told by our consultant that's the city's sidewalk, but.
Okay, so in the zoning code, or I believe it's in the zoning code, or in our chapter for sidewalks in the city code, it's actually the property owner's responsibility to maintain the sidewalk in front of their property.
And that's correct, but it should be noted that how this oftentimes works is the highway department puts in a new sidewalk and then sends the homeowner a bill for it.
There's that option as well, but primarily it's in there as the property owner is responsible. If they don't do it, then yes, then the highway department.
And again, these are all
could get involved, but it's a costly, probably more expensive to have the city highway department do it than it would be for a private property owner, just hire a contractor to replace the sidewalk if needed.
And we are proposing to change that entranceway, incorporate sidewalks. It's all being improved, in fact, to better the condition than is there today. So again, it's part of what we're proposing to do for the project.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Any thoughts on closing the public hearing? Speak up.
It seems to me that over the course of the last few months, we've heard similar comments, repeated, and so I feel like we've gathered enough information.
You're in favor of closing?
Yes.
Anyone else?
I concur with Karen. I feel like we've heard the spectrum of the concerns.
Okay,
We'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, we're trying to conduct business. I asked if there was anybody else who had public comment. How can I help you? How can we help you? Please, step to the mic if you've got something to add. Motion to open the public hearing for this individual.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Jane Riley, 4 Stratford Avenue. Since we're at the point of closing the public comments, I wanted to just say, I do appreciate the word of the board, the work, and the work of the applicant. I still don't support this. I don't support a 30-room hotel. I don't support a bar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Hang on. Anyone else? Sorry, ma'am. I've got a real strict rule on double dipping, and we got business to conduct.
30 seconds. So after this is closed, because we didn't ask for this.
That's the
whole
last
thing.
time I reopen a public
Okay,
hearing.
thank you. And I just want to know what happens when this public is closed. This is done now. So it's all on your hands now, correct?
It's always all been in our hands, yes. It
Okay,
will continue to
that's
be in our hands, yes.
That's it. Good luck.
There's still a number of steps to be
That's all.
taken by
Thank you so
the
much.
applicant and us.
We did our job,
Thank you.
and now it's up to you. Thank you so much. And we didn't ask for this 1 hour thing, just so you know.
We're going to make a motion to close the public hearing. Motion.
Motion.
Accepted. Second. Second by
Seconded.
Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so, again, is there anything else specific you wanted to add? I was going to go on to another subject here.
Nothing for us to add at this time.
Okay, no other
You might be
specific requests?
reading my mind, so.
Well, you have a bit of a sequence to your operations. Usually when you stand up, you're about to ask for something.
See, let me try it again.
So, well, then, in that case, if you don't have anything else to add or ask, we'll move on to our next agenda item.
Well, if I may.
Yes, please.
Finally. And thank you for those that are here.
I must be
Thank you for
going
the-
crazy.
Yeah, thank you for the public comments. Obviously, we've been listening. We've been trying to really mitigate this project and reduce it down to a scale and scope that is representative of comments that we've received from the neighbors from the very beginning of the process. So we do appreciate the public comments and the board's work with us to make this project in the reduced scale that it is. I just note, if the board would see fit, understanding we've gone through a lot of the seeker materials, we provided you with the full EAF narrative and related materials that the board might consider having its attorney direct seeker finding statement that could go through each of the parts of the Part 2, and that might be something we could discuss at the July meeting.
I see, I knew you had something to ask, and as a next step, I would consider that a fair ask. So let's discuss. So the ask is, for those on the board, for us to direct Jennifer's office to draft secret findings in support of a neg deck. Any thoughts?
Why don't we get proposed findings on all of these points? We got 62 days after the public hearing closes, right? Okay, so why don't we get draft findings done so we can all look at them before the next meeting? Jennifer very helpfully distributed that memo that has applicable standards for SECRA as well as the special use permit and the certificate of appropriateness and what is the last one?
LWRP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the ask. It sounds like you're in support of it.
Yeah, all of them.
I think
not
David is
just
going one
SECRA.
step further, not just
Oh.
a neg deck, but also draft
Findings.
resolutions, with draft conditions.
Yeah,
So
that's-
that you can look at it as a whole package.
I think that's
because
great.
they do operate together.
No, I'm not saying we have to vote on
Nope.
this
Correct.
next
Great.
meeting.
I agree with you. I think that personally, as a board member, I think it sets us up for next month to talk very specifically and in detail about our next step in this, and that is secret. So I'm in agreement with that. Anyone else?
I agree.
So, any other conversation? I'll accept a motion to do just that. Anything?
Wait, what is just what?
To put whatever
The
you said.
motion- Right, what David said, so
Okay, so-
not just the
Yes.
secret documents, but also draft resolutions.
Yes,
so that you can see all
exactly.
the draft conditions and see the whole package together.
Yeah, the full Magella. Yes, exactly. That's the intent.
Would you
Thank
call that not segmented? Would that be a complete application, not segmenting the SECRA from the other resolutions might be dependent on?
I think we can still be proceeding in a segmented fashion. It's just,
Okay.
Yeah. Let's
but
get
I
it.
don't want to come back here 4 times.
Any or all of them.
No, that's fully what I have in my head, so I'm in agreement. Let's accept a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by, I'm sorry, David. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great.
Might be useful, just to briefly talk about, so people in the audience understand the next steps. So the next step is to do a positive or negative declaration. Vote on seeker. If it's a positive declaration, there's a whole series of steps that start in the scope. If it's a negative declaration, it moves on to the approval of a question of approval of the special permit and site plan. There's sort of four options. There might be more, but I see four options on the special permit that the board could consider. They could approve it as proposed. They could approve it with conditions, which
We always do.
we always do. Have conditions if we do an approval. You could also approve segments of it or sections of it. There's three uses proposed on the property. You could say, okay, the hotel and the cafe are consistent, or the hotel and cafe are consistent, but the event space is not. Or that the event space is only consistent if the hours are changed, or the capacity is changed, or whatever. So there's sort of more creative conditions, not just minor condition, but proposal changing conditions. And then the fourth option would be to deny it. So all those things are sort of on the table at this point, I think. And the board should be prepared for the next meeting to discuss those sort of where you stand on the spectrum of those choices.
Great. Thank you, John. Helpful. We still have a long way to go.
Absolutely. Thank you for all your time tonight.
Thank you. Great. With that, we'll move to the second agenda item. That's the continued review of application for site plan approval. This is for a three-story retail commercial, 536 Main Street, submitted by HRSM LLC. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Taylor Palmer with Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight, I'm joined by our project team. As the chairman stated, we are before you in connection with the continued review of our site plan for the proposed vacant parcel for a three-story commercial development. We appeared before you all in May. At that time, the board adopted a negative secret declaration and found that the project will not result in any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts. The public hearing was also open and closed at that meeting. And then you authorized the attorney to prepare a draft resolution. We have reviewed that draft and provided very minimal comments to the city attorney. We did include a supplemental submission to you all that had minor refinements to the site plan set. If RA's computer hasn't died yet, good, it's still up there. It does now include the requested building elevations. That was a request by your planner. And then if the board sees fit, I can certainly have REA walk through the limited updates, but otherwise, that's concludes our presentation.
Thank you. So as the applicant mentions, we do have a draft certificate of appropriateness for approval. This is site plan and certificate of appropriateness approvals. Any further discussion around the board?
No.
I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I raised the issue of a rear fence. There's a private residential property to the rear, and there's also a 10-foot drop-off between the property line and the bottom of the retaining wall, which is several feet from their property.
Yeah.
Is that something that, I didn't see it anything on the plans as to whether you decided on a fence or not?
Yeah, we wanted to clarify where you were talking about, so it's wherever that line is between the
Yes.
the rear neighbor.
Yeah, the rear neighbor, the
Right.
rear residential neighbor.
Right.
On both the rear and the south side. You know, it seems to me that somebody could stumble over that retaining wall relatively easily, and you still want some sort of sense of privacy on both sides of the prints, from
Right.
somebody's backyard to somebody's sort of business backyard.
Yeah, we can add that on there. I just wanted to make sure I understood the locations.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if the board thinks that's appropriate or not.
I have no objection to the recommendation, as long as, the applicant sounds like they're amenable.
Yeah.
Any other conversation?
What kind of fence are we looking to?
Just not chain link.
Yes, not chain link. I would think some sort of wood fence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a shadow fence,
yeah,
shadow box fence or something
privacy
like
or
that.
shadow box, yeah.
Yeah. Let some air circulation, but not
Yeah, so.
visible.
So we want to add that to the site plan.
Yeah.
Does that amend our draft here in any way? No, if it's on the updated site plan.
One of the
It's not on
conditions
there
of
yet.
the site, of the approval is that they have to meet the
Yeah.
comments of the planning board consultant, so,
Yep.
Yeah, that's on your letter, so that'll be part of the condition.
yeah.
So it's going to be
So if you
a
just correct it, or add it for the final
final,
sign-off review.
right. I'll look for it when I've signed it. Believe it or not, I look through these. So it's going to be a wood fence. You know which property line. It's the rear property line, right?
Yeah, and up on that retaining wall, and then there's a lower property line.
Yeah.
And we'll get it on there too.
Okay. That comports, John?
Yeah.
Great. Any other discussion about the fence, board?
What's the height of the fence?
Can't
What are you
go any higher
proposing?
than 6 feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Does it
do
need to be?
6 feet, just so it's a privacy fence, and it functions like that.
Yeah, I mean, because there's such a change in elevation, I think you could get by with less, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at the one on top of the retaining wall, maybe that one could be, 4 foot.
4
but,
foot, yeah.
Okay.
Because you're already going to be down in
Yeah.
8 foot down or something.
Okay, so I'll accept a motion to adopt this resolution for site plan and certificate of appropriateness approvals for 536 Main Street.
Motion?
Motion by Karen,
Second?
second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move to our next agenda item, that being item number 3, continue review of application for concept plan approval, Beacon Hip Lofts and Studios, Front Street, submitted by Beacon Hip Lofts LLC.
Good evening. So we submitted revised drawings in response to the comments we received at the last meeting. And, basically, there weren't very many changes this time around, so we're hoping we can have the secret review finalized and move ahead to the city council.
Yep. So, board, there's 2 things that we can work on. The one is, we have in front of us the secret neg deck, reason supporting determination. And the other is then, should we adopt that, then sharing our thoughts on the application up to the city council. So let's take the first one. Any input or thoughts or questions around the neg deck? I'll accept a motion to adopt the negative declaration.
Motion.
Motion by David.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So then the second piece, having to do with our comments, they can be as straightforward as we as a board, based on our review, find this application acceptable, or we could get as detailed as we like. Any thoughts on that?
Could you clarify what your question is? I'm not sure if I understand what you're requesting.
So, Kevin, this part of the process for this applicant requires that we share our position with the city council. So, and we need to do so in a form, writing, that characterizes where we stand based on our review. So,
Okay.
any thoughts on that?
Yeah, my main concerns, if I may, are the adjacency to this to the creek and public safety for flooding in that area. I know that some of that has been dealt with. And I think we have to rely on the engineer's reviews for that. But I think it's a sensitive site, and there are numerous infrastructure issues with the existing sewer that need to be determined and worked out as far as the infrastructure goes. Those are very important. I have a lot of concerns about the density of this site. We haven't, this site was the zoning for this and the existing buildings, some of which have just recently been built, I think have been done in a sort of in a series of phases that were never understood as a whole, right? So the density of this project being added to the density which was previously approved, which is just now getting built, right? I don't know if we have an understanding of how that impacts the entire site yet, or whether that's been addressed in any of the reporting.
From what standpoint,
these are
Kevin?
two different properties.
Yeah, so Kevin, we just adopted a secret neg deck.
And the neg deck does reference some
Exactly.
cumulative studies that were done to address.
Okay.
Yes, it also references the stormwater management and erosion and sediment control plan, right? It addresses impact on flooding, it addresses impact on air. So, curious, Kevin, given that we just adopted this secret neg deck, what further are your concerns?
I'm not going to say anything else.
I was previously a little concerned about the land bank parking. One thing that's changed is this is now being done in a location where it can be converted back into parking a lot more easily, which I think is a significant factor, because if you quote land bank the parking, but you build something on it that's going to be costly to remove, it's kind of an academic exercise.
Yeah. We typically don't allow building on land banked.
No,
No.
it's designated so that it
Right.
has to be converted back if after 6 months the building department determines that there's a parking problem. So those spaces consciously didn't have trees on them or anything that would restrict their conversion back to parking.
So that's not
And
much of a restrictive.
we've land banked
No,
on.
yeah, no, I mean, on a prior proposal, I forget even where it was, but the land bank parking spots were in a different location on the map that was separate from the other parking. And the concern that kind of jumped off the page for me was, well, the way this is gonna work in real life is 5 years from now, someone's gonna build something on here, no one's even gonna remember this is supposed to be land bank parking.
It's on a record drawing in the public record and the part of the approval.
Well, but in any event, the parking is now in the rest of the parking spots, the land bank parking is, so it seems like there's a lot less of a concern
Oh,
with
okay.
land banking.
All right, I understand.
I have a question, because I kind of remember this coming up years ago, and there was a problem with building in that area because of the way that the water ran off, and then it caused flooding on the other side of the creek. So I don't know if this is something that the people who are proposing this, what is it, hip lofts or whatever, if they're addressing that, as far as the water runoff, the sewage runoff.
Yeah, again, that would have been all detailed in their stormwater prevention plan, what John always refers to as the SWIP.
Also, the
Water.
engineer had to certify, and will have to certify as part of the floodplain permit, that there's
Right.
no displacement issues beyond a certain percentage that's spelled out in the code.
And with regards to sewer, they are replacing the sewer main that runs through the site, and there's still additional studies that have to be done, and they will need approvals from the Department of Health, because the Department of Health is looking very seriously at this project.
So just remember, this is for concept plan.
Yep.
So it's the basic concepts,
Right.
where the parking is, where the building is, where the Greenway Trail is going to be, the site plan, architecture, all that will come back to us after the city council signs off on the concept plan.
Yep. So Kevin, to further explain the reasons we're offering our thoughts on this application back to the city council, not listening.
I'm listening.
Oh, I thought you were reading. It's because the city council has put this in front of us for our review on a concept plan.
And it might be good in the report to the council not to say just that you have a positive recommendation on the concept plan, but it also that the applicant has made substantial changes in terms of the access to the Greenway Trail, removal of barriers for handicap access, rearrangement of parking so that there's less asphalt in the site, more land bank, more landscaping, that sort of thing. So that the council might know that there has been some significant progress since the last time they saw this.
So they know we actually did something.
Yes.
Meaningful
We
and
spent
useful.
the last 5 months or something actually
Yeah.
accomplishing something.
Yeah, fair. I think that's a really great recommendation, John.
One concern that I would like to add, and I think it would, conceptually, I support the plan. Once it gets to the site plan level of detail, I think that as a sensitive site along the creek, I would like to see additional, analysis of the state of the stream bank itself and the plantings and look at ways to,
Stabilize.
green engineer the water and flood issues.
So then, great. I think, John, your recommendation is a good one, that we sort of enumerate the evolution since the city council's first look at this and while it's been at the planning board. So you listed a couple of very specific elements. Short of listing those again. Got 'em? Great. Any other thoughts before we formally ask to share this back to the planning, council? Yeah. Okay, so I'll accept a motion to, do we want to maybe, do you have something drafted? Do you want to read it, or are you just in note form?
Yeah. Nothing that's polished.
Do a little summary? We're
Positive recommendation.
positive, yeah.
And that the applicant has worked with the planning board over the past several months and made substantial improvements to the Greenway Trail plan, added landscaping, addressed accessibility issues with the Greenway Trail, and reduced impervious surface.
Yes, a very cooperative applicant.
The Greenway Trail issues were basically steps in the Greenway Trail and eliminating them, right?
Yep, yep. So, okay, motion to share this specific statement with City Council.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Second.
Second by David. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else?
Can I just ask you what the mechanism is for getting to the city council at this point?
You just go out that door.
You come back in?
Reach out to Ben, I would say.
Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then to come back, when we're done with him, we just apply again?
Yeah.
I mean, just submit again?
Sorry, Ari, how long have you been doing this?
There aren't that many concept plans.
Yeah, no, you're right.
All right.
I shouldn't say anything
It's okay.
because I would have had the same questions.
When you're done with the city council, resubmit to
Yeah.
Amanda for the next planning board
Right.
agenda after that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move to our next agenda item, which is.
He can also ask Jennifer Van Tile, who will be happy to let him know.
How's she doing?
She's doing great.
Good.
She's got 2
Why don't we-
dogs. She got
why don't we-
puppies.
Why don't we see her anymore?
2 of them. I'll let her know.
They stick us with you. All right, continue review of application for site plan approval and subdivision, lot merger approval, mixed-use commercial and residential, 152, 158 Fishkill Avenue. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Taylor Paul from Cuddy and Fader on behalf of the applicant. I am joined by our project team, including Jacqueline Tyler of Nexus Creative. Mike Morganti is our engineer, and we're also joined by the applicant. We are before you for our continued review of the site plan and lot merger application for a proposed mixed use on the site. We detailed in our May 30th letter and enclosed architectural drawings, so we updated the front of the building and formalized the building design so that the front entrance is at the center of its frontage along Fishkill Avenue to encourage activating that street frontage. We've now included some turning diagrams that illustrate the large vehicles are able to access the site and navigate the site efficiently. We did include a lift and a sidewalk leading up to the entrance of the building that will provide additional ADA access. Of course, we also have it in the back in the parking area. Our submission also now includes the landscape plan developed by Deborah Adamsons. So there's vegetation and landscape features on that front slope, and then we also did include a lighting plan, so there's downward-facing lighting on the site. Importantly, the refinements also now include a zoning-compliant height for the building. So we refined that frontage as well to ensure that the building is just over 34 feet under the 35-foot maximum in the T district, transitional district. I know it's been a busy night, so the board's consideration, we have, I'll cut right to the Taylor's asks. We do have an ask to get back to the ARB for a second bite at that apple, now that we've sort of oriented the building, refined it, reduced the building height to a zoning compliant building height. And ultimately, I think those are our general updates. I can have Jacqueline at least show those changes so that we can put those, because as you know, we had sort of a discussion at the last meeting about how we were contemplating where that entrance could take place, and we finalized that design. So I'll let Jacqueline put that on there before making our other asks for this evening.
Good evening. I'm just going to walk you through quickly in regards to what Taylor mentioned. This is a diagram. It was submitted that we are building height compliant, so we are located under the 35-foot threshold. The points, as worked out with Bruce, are all demonstrated along that bottom plan. The location of all of the points along the front facade, and that determined our height to be under the 35 feet. We did submit this rendering. Again, the architectural components themselves have not changed from our last they have changed, not on this rendering. For when we plan to meet with the subcommittee next, we're hoping to get on their next meeting. What you do see here is the center location of the entrance along with the ramp itself, which is located tucked in here into the landscaping. Really, the purpose of these renderings is to demonstrate these are coordinated with the landscape plans that were submitted to your board, and that's reflected in these renderings. Besides that, architecturally, we look forward to meeting with the subcommittee. We've made some revisions from what you're seeing here on the screen, and we'll review those with the subcommittee at the next meeting.
Yep.
Mike?
So as far as the subcommittee, you've already been formally recommended to the subcommittee, so next meeting is just a matter of scheduling. Right. Hi.
Good evening, Michael Morgante, project engineer. I think a lot of what I'm about to say has already been discussed, but I will go over some of the changes that we made to the site plan. Essentially, we had a discussion with the building inspector regarding how to establish the grades in the front of the building to calculate our building height, and as was previously noted, we now fall below the 35-foot threshold. We were able to lower the elevation of the building itself and a little bit of the elevation within the site. It appears all of our drainage design will adequately work, even with the reduction in the elevations within the parking of the rear of the building. We have provided utility plans at this point that are fairly detailed in terms of, again, the drainage system itself, catch basins and piping that would lead out to connection to existing utilities out on Fishkill Avenue. We've prepared a pretty detailed lighting plan. We have a landscaping plan, construction details, so on and so forth. So there's a pretty solid set of plans here for the board's consideration moving forward in terms of review. And we did receive the comments from the planning board consultants, which we'd be glad to review with the board tonight in case there's anything specific you'd like to discuss.
Great, thanks. Anything else at the moment? Okay. So at this point, we'll go through any comments you might want to highlight, John and John.
All right. You referred to a lift, and I don't see it on the plans. Could you explain that?
The lift is interior. It is not part of the exterior portion. And in fact, we are working, we believe we will be able to eliminate the lift, and it will be ramp only on the inside.
Okay, good. The main comments I have, the aisles for the parking, seem overly wide in some sections where they don't have to be based on your turning diagrams, especially around the terraced retaining wall and over by the central parking spaces. It seems to me we'd like to get as much landscaping and as little asphalt as possible on this site. And it seems to me you can accomplish that based on now that you have the turning diagrams.
I can address that. We could, but we also do need some additional snow storage on the site, and we were contemplating utilizing those extra areas now for snow storage. Instead, we do, I believe, meet the minimum requirement at this point for landscaping on the site, and it would seem that snow storage might be a more important factor to determine in those areas.
Yeah, but you can store snow on landscaping if it's the right.
We can work with our landscape architect to look at that.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
the
no
proper
reason you
plantings for
can't.
that, that's fine.
You know, because snow storage is, maybe 15, 20 times a year. Landscaping is forever, or
Well,
should be.
that is until this season.
One thing I would note, though, is I thought we would need to provide a 26-foot wide aisle just for aerial fire truck access to meet New York State Building Code.
That's something that has come up recently that I think there's disagreement on, but I'll defer to the building code person.
Bruce is behind you shaking his
I would
head.
also note that if you look at the turning diagrams for the fire truck around the central parking in the rear of the site, I don't have a tremendous amount of additional room. I could pull 2 feet back out of that, but that makes a much more tight turning radius for the fire truck. So I don't disagree that there's area to pull back, but I'm not sure that we're talking about more than 1 or 2 feet. That could be more beneficial to have a little extra clearance to make the turn.
I'm envisioning a triangular aisle on the inside of this central parking area that you could get, I'm sure, 6 feet, based on what I saw in the turning diagrams.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah. The other thing is the throat of the driveway is enormous. Normally, we get by with 24 or 26 feet, and you're showing, the crosswalk there is 45 feet long. The throat is over 30 feet long. And your turning diagrams don't show that you need all that space to turn in and turn out. It seems to me you could narrow that driveway and make the pedestrian experience more safer by not only narrowing it, but also providing the concrete sidewalk across the driveway so that the pedestrians are clearly the priority when people come up to that space.
Agreed.
They know the spots.
We'll look at that. Agreed.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Thanks, John. Anything else?
Those are the two. There's some smaller things that if you want to ask about, but the rest are pretty apparent, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll hit your mention of the area variance in a few. So before we do that, Mr. Russo.
So they are in the process of addressing a number of the comments we have. A lot of the responses we received is future information, or information will be provided with future submissions.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for a drainage analysis. I would ask you to take a look at the lighting plan, landscaping plan, and the underground stormwater system. You've got a light pole and a tree going
We saw
through
that.
your stormwater system. The other thing is, as far as the doing additional soil testing for the depth of rock along those retaining walls, have we?
Well, I had that discussion with the applicant today. We are trying to get the excavator out there. They're just a little busy, but we will get them out there shortly and definitely take a look at the depths to rock along those areas you suggested. We take no exception.
With regards to the underground stormwater system, are you looking at infiltration, or are you just looking at storage there and conveyance?
We have the proper soils for infiltration. So I'll put the soil testing information on the plans for the next submittal. We should have the drainage report completed for the next submittal. I will note that that design that you see there has at least a HydroCAD model associated with it, so I know the sizing of it works appropriately. The infiltration data has been placed in there for conductivity for the HydroCAD model. So I believe what's shown there is appropriate, and we will prepare the report to support all that.
And we'll have to do joint soil testing.
For the stormwater, that's fine, we can organize that.
And make sure that the stormwater facility is sized to take into account those areas you're looking to land bank also.
Absolutely, yes.
What is the size of the retaining wall here? I just couldn't find it on the
If you look at the bulk table, I think somewhere on the right side towards the bottom, let me bring it up right now. I'd have to zoom in. I think it's listed at 20.6 feet. Take a look on the proposed section down, actually be labeled retaining wall. And you'll see that it's at 20.6 feet, where the minimum requirement, or I should say maximum requirement, 6 feet.
Okay, I'll look at that. It keeps crashing my iPad, so.
No problem. Anything else? Great.
If they terrace it, and these are 6-foot terraces, do they still need a variance?
No, because the maximum height of the wall is 6 foot, and before you need variance.
Yeah. I was just asking if they
Yeah.
terrace it and they make all the terraces only 6 feet, do they still need a variance, and can that be done?
Save you a trip to the zoning board.
That was something we had thought about. I think I might actually have mentioned it in one of the first couple meetings we had. I wasn't clear on that, so I would agree with that interpretation, but I would imagine we'd have to talk to the building inspector and see what his intentions are with relation to that.
It still might be over 6 feet in other areas that you can't get the terracing in.
Right, but it would also reduce the height of the variance we might be seeking in some of the other areas, which would be beneficial as well.
Yeah, I think that might be worth
I could also potentially look at terracing the other portion as well.
You might look at that as to what John said, and gaining some green area and terrace them and provide landscape in between to kind of break up the walls themselves.
So we were going to talk about recommending you to the zoning board for your variance.
Yes.
Correct.
But do you have a sense that, based on what I just heard here, that you may be able to eliminate your need for a variance?
We would have no single wall that would be over 6 feet in height. Combination-wise, they are, but no single one wall would be over 6 feet in height. I believe that there's a chance that that does meet the intent of a maximum 6-foot tall wall.
That it does?
Whether or not, I mean, if you would imagine we'd space them with a large terrace in between or a
Yeah.
short terrace in between, a large terrace, it becomes more obvious that you are meeting the intent of the code. I think with the shorter terraces, it may fool someone into thinking that we're not actually meeting the intent of the code.
Well, we don't want to fool anyone.
I mean, I'm gonna take a
And there's the
look at
arbiter right there.
proposing In terms of the terracing and, you know, how deep it's gonna be. But I mean, I have to take a look at it. I wasn't, you know, it's the first time we're talking about that, so I'll have to go back and just review it.
Thank you. And I think if we're going to discuss that referral, maybe we could say that we know that at no point will we exceed 20.6, period, regardless of the building inspector's determination. So certainly if we can avoid going to the zoning board respectfully to the chairman and his members.
It's like getting your wisdom teeth pulled.
We'll avoid that trip where possible. But
So do you want the referral tonight or no?
Why don't you do a referral if needed?
Oh, I didn't know we could hand them out like that.
No reason not to.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to accept, or a motion to make referral to the zoning board only if necessary.
I don't support the variance request.
Why not?
The site is enormous. I think the building, although it like fits the setbacks, like I feel like they should be able to build to like.
It's not a, it's,
If they remove some parking, they, would have room to terrace appropriately if necessary.
we're definitely going to,
Therefore-
we're going to approach that with Deborah. Hopefully she's listening.
And then,
Yeah.
if they have to scale the building back a little bit, I mean, it's an enormous building.
Yeah.
And feels rather out of context for the site, considering what's,
Fair.
nearby.
Any other thoughts on the matter?
I think that since there's design alternatives to requiring the variance, my assumption is that's sort of a self-created problem that isn't necessarily something we need to
don't worry about it.
have the zoning board resolve, right? It's a choice of theirs. They're making a design choice
Yeah.
to have a non-compliant wall.
So they're asking us to refer them to the zoning board, and I've heard nope, don't want to do that. So
I think, if I may, those might be just negative, those are comments to consider at the zoning board rather than not refer to zoning.
Yeah, there's two actions related to the variance, if they need a variance, that would be on your plate tonight, and that is one, to refer the application to the zoning board for them to consider whether or not to grant the variance.
Yeah, that's
that's
what I was just
requested.
talking about.
And then, right, and then the second action would be whether you want to issue any comments to the zoning board with respect to the variance application, whether you support it, whether you don't, anything, planning considerations that you think the zoning board should consider.
So I'll jump in here right now, since I kind of have a little background on the zoning.
You don't say.
I don't have an issue with referring it to the zoning board if necessary. I was just up here looking for an answer on this retaining wall height question and not finding it quickly. In terms of making a recommendation, I would kind of like to know what the code already says, to be frank.
Fair.
But we can send it over there and say it's your problem now.
Well, hopefully we don't have to go there at all.
Opportunity at your next meeting, you meet before the zoning board would meet.
Yep.
So you have an opportunity at your July meeting to give any comments or recommendations one way or the other.
Yeah, why don't you refer it and provide your recommendations when you have better information?
That's-
Whether they can terrace.
It's a great idea.
Or whether a variance is even needed, maybe.
Yes.
it's-
Right, hopefully
How much
terrace with
is
nice
ours? At that
landscaping
point.
and reduced parking, or otherwise might be the real way.
But I think that the reason for referring tonight versus waiting until July, it's just a timing
Just to
issue
move things
because
along,
the
yeah.
submission deadline for the July zoning board meeting comes before your next meeting.
Yep. So I'll accept a motion to refer this to the zoning board for area variance.
I support sending it to the zoning board, and I'd like to note my comment that I do not support giving the variance.
We're gonna do that next month, that second part.
Whatever.
Noted.
So save it until, put it in a little baggie.
Wait, so you're asking for a motion to refer?
Refer.
To the zoning board?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
What else you got?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, as this is a coordinated seeker review, the zoning board would be enabled to make, if and at such time we were referred to zoning board, they would be enabled to act until there's a seeker determination. So we'd ask that the board consider authorizing its attorney to draft seeker findings.
Yep. Fair. Any discussion around that? All right, I'll accept a motion to authorize Jennifer's office to draft findings, secret. Motion.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to our next agenda item, which is the continued review of application for site plan amendment. This is an amendment to a previously approved site plan, 511 Fishkill Avenue, submitted by Diamond Properties. Evening.
Good evening. Let me take a minute for the graphics to come up. But so basically, this is the property at 511 Fishkill Avenue. We submitted revised plans based on the comments we got last month. So there's been a change from the applicant. They are going to discontinue the industrial arts food truck use, and the truck is actually removed from the site already. So a number of the comments were related to that. So we're going to resubmit the drawings with the updated information and without the industrial arts food trucks. So the application is only for the district social food container at this point. So I'm going to be resubmitting drawings based on that.
So that's the container you have facing the open seating area, the outdoor open seating area, not the one on the grass?
Right.
Okay. So, understanding that you're going to remove that one, because we had a lot of thoughts on that one.
Yeah.
It's probably why you're going to remove it.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, John, do you have any other thoughts on the other more permanent one? This is in place currently,
The only
right?
thing that I can come up with on the other one is there's no ADA accessibility between this proposed seating area
Yeah.
and the main building. So you
Right, and-
physically can't get between the two.
Right, and if I could explain that, the way that operates is there's a kiosk inside the building and on the deck that's associated with that, and that's where someone would order, and then the food is brought to them. There is the option of someone, if they want to, they can run down and grab it, but essentially, there's not really a need for that to be accessible.
Oh, so for anyone with this accessibility challenges,
Yeah.
they could order at the kiosk from inside the building, and then
Right.
it comes to them.
Right, and that's how most of it would operate, but, there is the option,
Yeah.
if someone wanted to, they could go down there and sit at a picnic table and take care of it themselves, but the way it's intended to operate is that there's a ordering kiosk, and the food is delivered. And I'll make that clear on the plan as well.
Okay, and there's adequate seating on the deck.
Yeah.
If somebody wanted to sit outside, they wouldn't be limited.
Right, so there's a, there's a sort of equal treatment there. You can be outside, either on the deck or down there.
So, I'm sorry, describe this container a little more.
It's basically, it's one of those shipping containers that's
Yeah.
modified
So I
to,
figured.
it's like an outdoor kitchen almost. There's some utility connections, which I'll get more information on. I noted what they were from the contractor, but I'll get the details on there.
So it physically looks like a shipping container.
Yeah.
It's just been modified so that people can move around inside of it and cook.
Right,
And it also has a serving window.
right. It's similar to what we proposed for, for Hannah Lane, for the yard.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
But this one's already in place.
The only other issue I would suggest is to take a look at those two ADA spaces that are near the
and-
shipping
right.
containers, because there's no convenient route to get to the ramp.
Yeah.
It would be better to relocate them over where the other ones are.
Mhm.
So you have them all in one place, they're close to the ramp, they're close to the entrance.
Right, so just restripe that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the sidewalk that, or is that planted area? Just up in front of those two handicap?
Yeah, it's right up against the deck.
Yeah.
So you'd have to go back out into the aisle, into the parking lot, and then up a ramp, and then around the front of the building to get to the entrance on the other side of the building.
Yeah, you're talking about going this way, right.
Yeah, so it just makes more sense to have the two extra spaces over where the other ones are, which are close to the,
Here?
Yeah, on the side of the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
and the only other thing is that you really can't get on the curb cut only in one way, so instead of coming out of your car and going up the aisle to the sidewalk, you have to go around the back of the aisle, of cars to get to the only place that ramps up the curb.
That's the curb cut?
Over here.
No, that's ramp. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So you might look at that too, make changes to that sidewalk so that people can get out of their car and go straight to the sidewalk rather than going out into the travel lane.
Great. Do you have any thoughts on this? Do you even have any purview over this? You do.
I
You have
do.
purview over everything.
I do.
Awesome.
So basically, John's touched on a lot of stuff. REA's eliminated several of my comments since he's eliminated the food truck. But basically, with the shipping container, we're still looking for the location of the utilities that are going to be servicing this and the existing utilities on site that they're tying to. And
So that's
all
water?
the construction details for those.
Got it. Water, sewer, gas?
Water, sewer, gas is under Central Hudson.
Yeah, I think you're just looking for water and sewer, right?
Water and sewer.
Right.
And the existing utilities you're telling me you're tying to.
Yeah.
And where your valving system's off.
Right, and the actual details for that. Okay.
Correct.
You're saying this is already in place? Okay. Any other? Oh, boy. Any other thoughts or comments or questions around the board?
Is there any forward-moving action we can take? Public hearing?
Well, if you had Mr. Palmer here, he'd have his questions and asks ready.
I don't know where he went.
Yeah, where'd he go?
I have a question about the handicapped that is close to the entrance. Is that curb mount, like how do you get onto the sidewalk from those spaces?
The ones that are up?
The 5 spaces that are up by the entrance where you were going to add 2 more.
Yeah, what they also did, they shifted some things around. Originally, they were across the way, and there was a walkway. So I think that's what you're talking about, is that we're going to have to create curb cuts there.
You're going to create
At the aisles, yeah.
Yeah.
And signs too, I'm not sure all the signs are right.
Yeah, well, one of the signs where you're asking to be moved is not the right sign, so, but they'll all have the right sign.
Okay, take a look at the signs.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good idea to move it over to the other side of the aisle, that was a good thing, but they're not quite compliant yet with ADA.
Right.
Because of ramps and signs.
So,
But we could have a public hearing, I think,
yeah.
next month,
So long as he has the plans revised.
Right.
in time for the meeting.
Yeah, I'm in support of moving it along and going to public hearing. I have a feeling it'll be brief,
I think so.
but I'm always wrong. So, any thoughts on scheduling public hearing on this for next month?
I would support that.
Okay, we'll accept the motion to do just that.
Motion.
Motion by Karen.
Seconded.
Second by Len. All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
And then in the spirit of Taylor, would you also be able to authorize the attorney to to draft the resolution?
Yeah, so now you're getting the hang of it.
All right.
Yeah, we can also do that. I think, again, as long as you have everything
Yeah.
I's dotted, T's crossed, I'm comfortable with doing just that. So I'll accept the motion to authorize Jen's office to draft resolution, and that would be for approval of the site plan amendment.
Can I just interrupt for just 1 second on the site plan? Did you discuss planting like areas other than grass? Did you make comments on having something other than the grass?
I did, the only landscaping comments were about completing the tree placements on the approved site plan.
Okay, I would encourage planting other than grass in the planting areas.
Yeah. It's a little tight in there.
Planting something other than grass?
Yes.
Why, because all the grass in Beacon is dying right now?
Are you talking about trees and shrubs?
Or a ground, some ground cover perhaps other than grass that has some ecological like benefit?
I mean, I think they've done.
Cassandra?
I think they've done most of the landscaping work, with the exception of, there's about 20 trees that they need to plant. And they said that they'll do that as part of this.
This one's asking for different ground cover.
Yeah.
You good with that?
I'll have to ask the applicant about that.
You good with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where were we? Oh, I had opened the table for a motion.
Motion.
Right, okay. Motion by Karen,
Seconded.
second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is it possible to ask RA a very quick off-agenda question before because you're probably
Off-agenda?
leaving?
Uh-oh. We already put a table in the middle of things tonight. Isn't that off-agenda enough? I'm joking. What would you like to ask?
Thanks. Really quick question on 416 to 420 Main Street. Is the greenhouse, 4th floor, no longer a greenhouse?
No, it's still a greenhouse.
Okay, maybe it doesn't look like it's being built out as a greenhouse unless maybe my inexperience with construction.
I mean, it's not like a greenhouse product that they're, plopping on the roof, but they're building it the way it was designed.
Okay,
They're
thanks.
building it the way it was approved.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. It doesn't look like, I think it's just my expectation from the renderings, which we all know that we don't enforce for the renderings. But thank you.
Well, it was approved a certain way.
Right. They're building from
Okay.
what was approved.
We gotta move on.
Yeah,
you gotta go.
All right. Thank you. Good
So
night.
we're going to move on to our next agenda item, continue review of application for site plan approval and special use permit per personal wireless service facility, 375 Washington Avenue. Hi, good evening.
Hi, Allison Phillips. I'm an attorney with the law firm Young Summer. I'm filling in for Scott Olson this evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I believe Scott appeared at the May 9th meeting, and at that time, the board had discussed whether it would, the application should be supplemented with some additional visual renderings, and that would be put together following a balloon test. Since that discussion, we have submitted to the board proposed, based on our viewshed map that was submitted with the application, a 1 mile photograph map and then a 2 mile radius photograph map with 38 proposed locations where we could do a photograph of the balloon test. So we're here tonight just to get feedback from the board to see if it was agreeable with those locations. Also, just to confirm if there's any specific notice requirements that we need to do for the balloon test. I didn't see anything in the board's telecommunications regulations, so we just wanted to make sure if that would be required, and answer any questions that the board has about our submission.
I think the first time I've ever been asked that question on this board about requirements for balloon tests. I don't know.
I don't see any requirements in the town's local law. It doesn't
I don't think we
mean
have any in the code, so it would be up to the board whether you want to direct any particular notice requirements. So one example would be for the folks that would be noticed for a public hearing.
So this is in the
to let
event
those
that it might
folks
get
know.
shot down accidentally?
Oh, right. Not for that purpose.
No, I'm just curious. So what?
So the
So I
balloon-
understand-
So
I
maybe,
understand-
Allison, can you maybe describe a little bit about what the balloon test is?
Sure.
And how that would be conducted?
So what we'll be doing is we'll be putting up a helium balloon at the 120-foot height that the monopole will be, so that you can visually see where the full height of the structure will be. And then we would take photographs from the 38 vantage points we identified on the submission to the board. In some communities, they have a requirement in the telecommunications regulations, if they do require a balloon test, that you notify the neighbors so that they can come out
see it.
and
I
see the
see what it looks
balloon.
like. Yeah.
And it just aids in, if they later come to the public hearing, they can speak to the fact that they saw the balloon, or they couldn't see the balloon from
I thought
any
you were talking
particular
about like a
location.
permitting requirement to perform a balloon test. This
No.
is noticing around, yeah, I think,
To let the neighbors know when it's going to happen.
I think if there is an opportunity for us to, yes.
I'm looking at this, Washington Avenue would be the logical place to put signs. Most of the people that would be living reasonably close to this are going to be driving on Washington Avenue on a regular basis. You could consider Liberty, there's some degree of impact there.
Yeah, so you're in agreement with the idea of noticing, I imagine the rest of us are. So what you're talking about, so how would people, that's the question I was going to ask. How then what's the mechanism for notifying people?
So in advance of every public hearing that you have, there's a public hearing notice.
Yeah, those
that
white
gets
signs
mailed.
that get,
Yeah, that gets
yeah, and that's
mailed
what you're talking about.
to
You're jumping
neighbors
ahead.
within a
This is
certain
great. Moving things
radius
along.
Of the project site, in addition to a sign that gets put
Yeah,
up.
so where would we
So-
put those notices? Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. The radius of the site, given what we're doing here and what the impact is, like, not really hitting the target that well.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to kind of capture the entire, it's almost the entire city, how would you do that, right? At least for people to be aware that these tests are going to happen.
We will, what? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I don't want to be overly lawyerly, so I'll just throw this out. When you're talking about, like, notice of a legal claim, a due process clause, how much notice is needed
Yeah.
depends on the overarching circumstances, meaning, bottom line, I don't know that there's a hard and fast answer here. We just have to come up with an idea that's designed to try to give people reasonable notice.
Have you experienced this
types of
before? How have you
notice.
noticed in other instances?
Typically, we would look first to the local law and see if there's a specific requirement like you would have for public hearing notices, if it's adjoining property owners, if it's properties within a certain distance of the proposed monopole. It's really just intended to, kind of capture anyone who would have specific interest in seeing what the height of the structure would
Yeah.
be from a particular vantage point.
You got two main points in and out of Beacon, 52 and 90. I don't know.
In Washington.
We have to also be careful.
Oh, yeah, people sneak out Washington.
We do have a location on Washington Avenue on our list. The list of the 38
Can I
proposed
stop you right there?
locations.
It's only 37.
37 proposed locations.
No, I mean,
Apologize.
just for the record, I mean, because somebody's going to come in and say, where's the 38
Where's the 38
location?
balloon?
No, there's only one balloon.
38 photo points of view.
Oh, so you're moving this balloon all over the
No, no,
place?
No, the balloon
No,
stays in
the-
one position,
Photographs from all these
and they go to these
different
positions and take photographs.
Oh, man, I gotta catch up here.
And the submission that we make to the board that actually shows the photograph of the balloon will become part of the record. It will supplement the application. So any members of the public who receive the public hearing notice, all of that material would be available with the remaining application documents for them to review in advance of the public hearing.
Got it.
So even those that don't receive any specific notice would be able to see the photographs of the balloon taken from the different vantage
I've-
points we identified.
I've got to apologize, because I thought, so what you're telling me, now I get it. Every single one of these points and addresses is a spot at which you're going to take a photo of that balloon.
That's right.
I thought it was every single spot you were going to test out a balloon location.
No.
And then photograph it. Woo! It's been a long night. But now I get it.
Totally understandable.
Okay.
So in addition to the Washington Avenue neighbors, it seems to me that the houses on the ridge that are just above Washington, I'm forgetting the name of the road.
375 Washington. I got you. Okay.
Is it Helen Court?
Helen Court, but,
We do have a location at 30 Helen Court as well.
but I mean notifying the property owners, other than just placing signs, that, you'd want the most impacted neighbors.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull up, hang on, a map.
So the radius for your public hearing notices is 250 feet.
Right, but
from
given
the
the
subject
height-
property.
Right, but given
Yeah.
the scale of the intervention, I
Yeah.
think that it's not adequate.
I was just wondering if the 250 feet would encompass the
You wanna double
neighborhood
it?
that you're talking about.
Probably not.
No.
That probably just gives the cemetery.
Yeah, this is right across from the cemetery, basically?
It's on the back portion of the cemetery
Yeah.
property. So,
But the 250 is measured from the property lines.
So you're probably looking at Mountain Lane?
Wesley Avenue,
Yep.
Oh, across the road, okay.
yeah, and Grace Street, and Roundtree Court, perhaps.
So you're recommending placing a sign, a notice at each of those intersections?
Yes, and actually mailing and notifying people in that community.
I see.
As you would get notified as
So
a
through
neighbor.
mailers?
They send out letters.
Letters, yeah.
Letters, postcards.
So signs and letters, we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. That acceptable?
So we need to be very specific about what's being asked to make sure that it gets implemented properly, so.
Yes.
Get it. Get more specific.
I don't mean to like interject more problems, but this is right next to the town of Fishkill line, isn't it? How do we deal with that?
You can send notices to folks in the town of Fishkill, that public hearing notices.
It's
would go
next
to
to
them
where? What did he
if
say?
they're
It's next to the
within
town line.
250
Oh, yeah.
foot radius.
So then, let's talk about placing the signs. I think that's pretty straightforward. It would
So
be,
signs, yeah, so typically, for example, for a public hearing, there would be a sign placed on the frontage of the property.
yep.
Are there additional locations that you're talking about besides just posting it at the property?
Actually, I think if we're talking about distributing mailers to, and we'll talk about the specifics of that in a minute, I think the sign at the frontage is probably adequate, don't you think?
I would agree.
Yeah, okay. So then, we're specific enough there. Then, as far as the catchment area of the mailers, yeah, I mean, if it's measured from the property line and we feel that 250 feet is inadequate, then let's talk about then what that radius should be.
Let me see. Looking at Google Maps, I would say from the entrance to the cemetery up to Wilson Street or Wesley's is.
There's scale on that thing?
Yeah, there is down here. Maybe, can we do it 1,000?
1,000 feet? So any residence within 1,000 feet? Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, here's the problem. You look at the actual submission. I mean, because we've already got a projection here of who's going to be able to see it.
Yeah, I'm
and who's
looking at
not.
it. Yep.
And it,
Well,
I mean,
well,
there may,
this
there
is
may
a-
not be a perfect solution here, but it.
This is a radius, there's 2 radius zone spans, right? Yeah.
Those are very large radius.
It's a 1 mile and a 2 mile.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the color coding on the plans is basically kind of indicating
Right.
where it's not expected to be visible because of vegetation and where it might be.
Which color
Yeah, I mean, one
coding?
thing we're seeing is one of the biggest impacts is in Beacon Hills and Clem, which aren't even in the city of Beacon.
Are you talking about the red and orange, the yellow and orange color coding?
Yeah. Yellow and orange, if you go down into the
Not
lower-
visible
lower
due to
right corner.
topography. Yeah. Not visible due to vegetation.
It's only in the white areas. that would be
Potentially visible.
visible,
I
according
find
to-
that very hard to believe.
I drove around there this afternoon, and it's, with vegetation out, it's hard to imagine you can see this from anywhere. But it's hard to imagine until you actually see the pictures.
120 feet?
It's
Yeah,
hard to
and
imagine
at the
until
same
wintertime.
time, half the year we don't have vegetation, so, I mean.
Well, that's the problem, is you can't do a balloon test in December unless you're willing to put it aside for that long.
Well, so to your point, David, the radius bands are in the miles here. That would be, again, sending notice to everybody in Beacon.
I'm
Yeah.
going to suggest that we not change the 250 thing, and we simply put an additional requirement and try to get signs out where people will see them if they're likely to be impacted by it, because I think requiring more than that isn't going to actually accomplish anything here. I mean, to actually get it to everybody who we can see would arguably be impacted, we're talking about sending out like 1,000 notices or something. I mean,
Another alternative is publication, which is another way that your public hearings are noticed, by putting an ad in.
Do people really see those things in the Beacon Free Press?
No.
No.
The signs might be effective if you put them on certain streets. Yeah.
That's, so we're.
And then the word gets around to the
let
neighbors.
social media take care of it from there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are these signs saying?
It's the.
Notice
Come
of
see the
proposed
balloon.
land use action.
But we need a specific date, that the balloon's going to be,
And we, you know,
we
we only have the ability to post a sign in a public location.
Public right of way, yeah.
Right.
And even then, it's with a permit. I believe temporary signs, unless it's considered a governmental sign.
If I can suggest, we will have to provide a notice to neighbors within the designated distance for the public hearing. We can actually even add a specific message in the notice to let the neighbors know that photos have been taken from various vantage points based on a balloon test, and, you know, those photos are available, you know, with the city, or if they've been posted online with the application materials or agenda materials, you know, just to make them aware in advance of the public hearing that those photographs are available for them to view, so that they can meaningfully comment on them.
Thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll do just that.
Great.
And it'd be nice to notify the board members when the test is going to be, so you could drive around and see if you want.
Yes, I agree.
Great.
And we would still be putting a sign at the location about the public
Yeah.
hearing. And
Yep.
can we also include information about the balloon, the date of the balloon test on that sign?
The balloon test will have already occurred.
Right. Wait.
Can we-
No.
can we
So
put a
what
s-
she's saying is
Can we
the
put a sign up?
noticing the public hearing.
Noticing the public hearing, but also noticing the date of the balloon test.
So the balloon test's going to come first.
Right.
We haven't scheduled a public hearing yet. So the balloon test will occur, you'll review the results of that, and then we'll schedule.
And then the public hearing will be noticed, including the sign.
Okay, can we put a sign up noticing on the property that there will be a balloon test?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
and that's, yeah, we talked about that at 375 Washington.
So we're going to do
Yes.
both.
The sign, and then when a public hearing occurs, it'll be noticed in accordance with your
Yep.
code requirements, with the addition that Allison mentioned, specifically noting that there are photos available from
Yes.
all those locations.
That's what I meant. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And do you anticipate that we will come back to the board following the balloon test to discuss the results prior to the public hearing being scheduled?
I think so,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's
And
a number
that-
of other comments that still have not been
Yes,
addressed.
and we will be providing written responses to those comments.
Yeah, I want to also mention, just as by way of update, since the last meeting, at the last meeting, the board authorized the retention of a wireless consultant, and we have retained a wireless consultant, William Johnson,
Yep.
who has all the application materials, and he's in the process of preparing a review memo that'll be available for you for your next meeting.
Great. Thanks.
So that's underway as well, and
Great.
and Scott Olson is aware of that, I'm sure. He's
Yes.
updated you.
Okay.
At this point, however, so I also want to mention, we talked about this at the last meeting, but it's worth reminding the board that wireless applications do have a shot clock associated with them, so a time frame within which they need to be reviewed and acted upon. Otherwise, they're deemed approved, so that the decision is taken away from you. For new towers, the time period is 150 days from the time the application was submitted. However, that time period is currently paused as a result of comment memos that have been issued by Mr. Clark and Mr. Russo, with basically concluding that the application is incomplete at this time. So,
So the clock-
there will become a time when that clock turns back on.
Does it turn back on where it left off, or does it reset totally?
It turns back on where it left off, I think. If we still have plenty of time.
So it's
But I just
immaterial at
want
the moment. Okay.
to make sure that you're aware that there is
Yeah.
a
And we
clock
do need to
associated
provide
with
our
it.
responses and-
Yeah, we don't have all of the information that we need in order to do the review at this time.
Can we put a shot
Full
clock
review.
on all of our applications? Anyway. So, yeah, thank you. That's good.
Yeah.
That's all very helpful. Anything else we need to cover at the moment?
Nope, just to confirm, the board is satisfied with the locations that we identified. We're going to post a notice of when the test is scheduled to take place on the property, and we'll let the board also know that date
Great.
when it's scheduled. And it'll be a balloon test at the 120-foot height, and we'll come back to the board, but the plan will be to add that additional information to the public hearing notice to let the residents who receive that notice know they can view those photographs.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Come on, come on. See the balloon? Okay. All right, we'll move to our next agenda item. This is our review of an application for site plan approval, 14 North Cedar Street. This is a 4-unit multifamily dwelling submitted by Cervone Perucci Realty. Evening.
Hello, I'm Kyle Perucci, part owner of 14 North Cedar Street. And we're looking to put up a small 4-unit apartment building right on that vacant lot.
Okay. Anything else you want to add at the moment?
Not at the moment.
So what happens to the building that's on the lot?
So we plan on using that for storage for the building.
Okay.
It's going to be an accessory for the apartment building. It's
And
going to be, Yeah.
currently a garage, or?
It's currently a garage, but it's just used for storage right now.
Mr. Clark, let's start with your review comments.
I just wanted to note that this is the first multifamily development in the T District, which was created a couple of years ago,
Yep.
other than on Fishkill Avenue. And so this is in a primarily single-family neighborhood, certainly has single-family house forms, and this is going to be a substantially larger building, and so I think the design elements of this have to be really carefully looked at.
Yeah.
And I made some suggestions about the site. I can go over them. I think it's important that the parking not be a front yard parking lot and very visible from the street. This is a corner lot. I suggested that the building might want to try to wrap the corner so that it fronted on both streets and reduce the scale of the building compared to the buildings across the street. They should pick up architectural and setback consistencies with the buildings around them.
Yep.
So that the architecture is broken up. It doesn't look as massive as 4 times the size of any other building on the block. And it should have a short setback consistent with the buildings on the same side of the street within 250 feet. That's in our code. So I looked at them. It looks like most of the buildings are like 5 to 10 feet from the property line. So I would urge them to bring it up to the 10-foot level at the very least. Probably you don't want to be any closer than that. 10 foot is the minimum setback in that district. And I did some sketches to try to figure out if it's possible to hide the parking behind the building, and it is. If you had a one-way system that came in, say on Church Street, went behind the building and then came out on Cedar, so that you could put diagonal parking between the storage building and the main building on the corner, and the parking thereby would be concealed behind the building line and landscaping presumably. And I even suggested that that storage building is pretty big. You could actually have 2 cars, their permanent parking spaces in that building, and still have room for storage behind that, so that you could conceal 2 of the parking spaces, not on surface lots, but in the building. So there's a bunch of suggestions there. You can take them into consideration, but it does seem like this is architecturally an important building for setting a precedent in this neighborhood, and I think it should be treated more carefully than what I see on the proposed site plan.
No, the precedent-setting aspect of this is important.
This will need an EAF for seeker purposes.
Yep.
The board should decide whether it should be a long or short form. And there was some minor things like, the presentation isn't at something you put a scale on. It should be printed out so that we can actually confirm measurements and things like that.
Yeah. So it's a comprehensive mixed bag. And so John's hitting on quite a number of things that we typically see as a standard from an applicant, as a standard part of our review. And he's outlining also steps in a process, right? So there's the environmental component to this, which he's making the recommendation that we determine whether it needs one. We don't have enough information at this point, in my estimation, to make that determination.
Okay.
So you have some work to do there, and that has, in my view, a lot to do with the site planning and responding to a lot of those elements, just in terms of placement, setback, traffic, parking, ingress, egress, all of that stuff. So, and then architectural review, obviously John's recommending that we refer this to the architectural review way too early. We need a lot more information.
Okay.
We need to see what this building's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess to summarize, and then, there's the whole secret process. Anything about Mr. Clark's review notes that you have questions on that you want to,
Not at the moment, but I'll
bring to us?
give everything to my engineer, and
Yeah.
we can go from there.
Okay.
I also suggested a sidewalk on the Church Street, at the least. There's no sidewalks on,
I would also like to suggest that we encourage a sidewalk on North Cedar, even though I know once, like right at Main Street along that building, there isn't one, but I feel like no sidewalks are such an issue in the town, and that the property just south of this one does have a walkway, even though it's asphalt, it is a pedestrian space, and I think we want to encourage, you know, the inclusion of sidewalks whenever possible, so that, you know, should some opportunity arise at the corner of Main and, you know, North Cedar to...
well, the reason I didn't, and I only asked for Church, was not only you have the problem on the Main Street side, but there's no sidewalk on the east side of Cedar further north. So there's no sidewalks other than the two buildings immediately to the south. I thought it was important. Church Street has sidewalks, it's just intermittent, and this would help fill in a gap. Church is, what they've done is they actually put like a 6 or 8 foot sidewalk on the west side of Cedar, because I think there's a lot of traffic from the schools across the city. So that they have a really wide sidewalk on the west side of the street and no sidewalk on the east side of the street throughout Cedar Street. So I understand your rationale, we should have sidewalks everywhere, but I thought for a system, the Church Street is a higher priority, and the Cedar Street is kind of questionable because it doesn't lead anywhere on either side.
Mr. Russo.
So along with what John had mentioned, there's a lot of missing detailed information as required under Section 223, 25B of the City Code, as far as existing landscaping, what else is on the site, are there any prevalent trees, wooded areas, existing utilities. The plan should include proposed utilities to service the building. You'll need erosion sediment control plans, landscaping, lighting, and then pertinent construction details as related to all the proposed improvements on the site, sidewalks, curbs, utilities.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get everything back to the engineer, and
Who are you using as your engineer?
it's a family friend, so I can talk to them, and we'll go from there.
All righty.
But yeah,
A lot of work to do.
a lot of work to do, absolutely, but that's why we're here. So.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Not at the moment.
John, I had a question for you. Do you think that it might be an opportunity, we're now seeing T-zone applications to start examining whether or not the T-zone might need some tweaking in for any of its requirements?
No, I mean, like I said, there's only been 2 applications that I can think of other than single-family subdivisions. And both of them are before the board right now. So we'd have to see how they go until, generally speaking, I think I was positively promoted the T district as providing more flexibility in this neighborhood. And I'm surprised there hasn't been more office conversions and other sorts of things that are allowed in the T district.
Interest rates might have something to do with it.
So I'm seeing this as an encouraging sign that we're getting our first application for a small lot, 3 or 4 family house, and the building on Fishkill Avenue is consistent with what was proposed when we did the T district.
Yep.
Right, but this isn't, these don't necessarily have requirements or for them to integrate. I'm not seeing this reflect the integration into the neighborhood fabric that I think most people would have expected.
Well, that's why we're suggesting that there has to be pretty dramatic changes to what's being proposed.
But that's
There is a provision in the 223-25, the site plan development section, in which it talks about compatibility with neighborhood. And so I think everything we're asking for is based on the idea that whatever goes here should be compatible with the neighborhood, but the council decided that up to 4 units is appropriate for a size lot like this.
Yeah. I'll just make an observation, Kevin. The zoning as it exists, the applicants here obviously applying their application to that zoning. I don't know whether the discussion of adjusting the city's zoning law is germane in context of the review of this applicant's application. It's one of those things that, this is just me, seems more relevant, discussed sort of outside of the regular meeting and in the middle of an applicant's application review.
I think John understood what I was suggesting, which was just to pay close attention to this and take note if there's anything we want to look at in the future. I think that's a reasonable thing.
Let's pay close attention. Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, okay, moving on. Anything else we can offer you?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We're going to move on to review of an application for site plan amendment to Cross Street, 3-story mixed-use building. Evening.
Good evening. Okay, while I fiddle around with this. Dan Kohler with Hudson Land Design. Some of you may recall we've have a conditional approval for the 2 Cross Street site plan from October of 2022. And the applicants have been hard at work making the project work. They've been dealing with some housing agencies, and they're very pleased to announce that they're coming in with a revision to that plan, which provides for all 18 of the units to be affordable housing units. As a result of that, we've also taken a look at some other options for parking, because as you may recall, we are parking a lot of our spaces on 152 Main Street. And there was some questions that the planning board had at the time with regard to walkability and things like that. So now, all of the parking is contiguous to the site. There's no other major changes to the site. It's just more of this being an updated plan of attack for the applicants. So, with that being said, I'm going to try to see if Pete can maybe help me out with getting the map up here. It's not, I noticed, I appreciate that. Where are I? Show my click on there.
I know, let's see in here. Doesn't even show it.
No.
It's getting power, but it's not reading the, through your adapter. What is this,
USB-C. Oh, wait a second. There we go.
All right, yeah, double click on, click share. Let's see if that works. There we go. And then click share for Windows exec.
Thanks, Pete. Okay, so there's the layout. So the parking is now shown a mixture of on-site and 10 and 12 Cross Street, so it's all on the east side of Cross Street. We have a lot more walkability and close parking to the building and the uses on there, so. With that being said, we do have some comments from your professionals, and I would definitely like to talk to some of those, but there's almost like a critical path that we have to take here because there's a number of things going on. So one of the first issues that we had was that there's an opportunity for the land banking. And what we've done is we've shown a plan that we feel is compliant with all of the required parking spaces per city code now. This plan on the inset is a reduced parking plan where we're showing 24 out of the 34 that are proposed by current city code requirements. And one of those questions that came upon Mr. Clark's letter was whether or not the land banking, and I think this was going to be thrown towards Bruce, I don't want to put you on the spot, but that a decision had to be made on whether or not we could do the land banking here at all. So that's number one. And
Meaning whether it's allowed?
Excuse me?
Whether land banking is allowed or whether it's physically possible?
Whether it's allowed on this configuration, because we're showing the parking in the T zone.
The land banking has a specific exception that is not allowed in the CMS district. So this is a CMS building, but it's the parking to be land banked is in the adjacent T district. So I just was saying that I think Bruce should look at this to make sure that.
Why not? He's got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it would seem pretty clear that zoning restriction is directed at where the building that the parking is servicing is located, because otherwise it would kind of be nonsensical. Like, I couldn't land bank parking that was along Main Street for a property that was adjacent in T or an R1 zone.
There's a specific saying that you can't have land bank parking in the CMS district.
Right. So saying that the parking that's servicing the CMS building is actually in the next district over, so this doesn't apply, is kind of nonsensical.
Well, I think that's a decision that Bruce would have to make.
And part of it is that 9 of our required parking spaces are from the 3 buildings already in the T as well.
Right.
So maybe the land banking is more related to the fact that there's 9 required there, and we can maybe grab some land banking based on those 3 buildings specifically, and not maybe the CMS building.
So let me ask a sophomore question, but I wasn't here in October of 2022. This proposal does not call for merging these lots together. They're all going to remain separate lots.
In terms of the 8, 10, and 12 cross, yes, they would. They would remain separate, yeah.
So, but there are certain advantages to land banking.
Yeah.
Right. Of course, earlier today I was complaining about lack of parking on Main Street, but
I've also suggested that with a good parking analysis, particularly we're talking about 9 units are frail elderly.
9 are senior, 2 are meeting your Article 4B BMR units, and then the other.
Are they still frail elderly?
Yeah, 9 are for senior, yes.
But I mean, the way it was originally described, they were frail elderly, meaning they had special needs and they weren't just over 55. They were people who had, they weren't going to use parking spaces more than likely.
Right, and that was part of the concept with the affordable as well. Do we need that many parking spaces for?
So if you did a parking analysis making the case that you didn't need 34 spaces.
So that would be that other critical path there. So it was either we are asking for a land banking potential, or the planning board at its discretion has the opportunity in the CMS to also alter the requirements as shown in G2, which is your parking rate calculation. So there's 7 criteria, and it says at the board's discretion, 1 or more of those criteria can be used. The board can make a discretionary opinion on whether or not you need all those parking spaces. And one of those is the fact that it's an HTLO, so.
A lot of abbreviations, but before we do anything, don't we have to wait for Bruce to make a determination?
Well, I'm suggesting that it might be a better alternative to the board, instead of a land bank option, that
It's a
you
waiver.
look at a waiver option. Because it's relatively typical for the board to exempt
Yeah.
commercial spaces, and then you have 9 of these are for frail elderly, and the other ones are for affordable. All those are people who have less vehicles.
Yeah.
So you could do the waiver because you could make the case that there's adequate parking in
Yeah.
nearby public lots.
And of course, the fact that it's a mixed use, so I mean, there's commercial times when parking may be required for those commercial units where some of the residential
Yeah.
might be out.
I mean,
Do you have a question?
I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing this, but we're talking about an unbuilt flat lot. So if we're gonna give an exemption for parking on that, what other lot in the CMS zoning district would we not be exempting?
Well, that's the point. The CMS district has waiver laws that were designed to take care of the fact that most of these lots are so small that you can't put a parking lot on them. So that you have a waiver option because you have public lots within so many feet.
Right, but what you just said, this isn't a lot that's so small you can't put parking on it. This is a
This
flat,
is
unbuilt
it's
lot.
not a large lot. If you put a parking lot on this lot, you don't have room for a building. And that's why the waiver was built into the CMS district. Because almost all the lots along Main Street can't handle the parking that's required of them. So you have on-street parking and you have public parking lots, and usually the precedent this board has usually had is that they require the residential parking, but not the commercial parking.
Yeah.
And in this case, because the type of tenants that are going to be in here, I'm suggesting that the waiver might be a better option than the land bank.
Yeah, understood.
Can I just ask a question? Previously, in October, when this was approved, there was parking across?
Yeah.
So can you just talk about?
Yeah, it was at
like, what-
152 Main.
Right, so are those spaces still available? Like, where did, why?
We're taking that out. We're actually trying to keep this all contiguous and close now. So that's why the plan now incorporates 8, 10, and 12 cross.
Right, but it might serve the plan better to, rather than land bank or waiver, do your land bank scheme and also use parking on the other.
Yeah, we had shown some pretty major improvements over there, and the whole concept with that was accommodating the needs for 152, but also trying to accommodate the needs here. As they've gone into this venture of providing the affordable, the dollars and cents aren't exactly perfectly lining up, so they've been trying to do, a limitation and trying to kind of close up some of the limits of where we're doing our work here so that we can be a little more economical and make this work. So.
And there was questions about how convenient that parking was.
Yes. Yeah.
And how you have access to it.
Right, but it's more convenient than like looking for a public lot, like 5 blocks away. Which is when when we waive it.
Well, I'm not talking about waiving all of it, I'm talking about waiving some and allowing the 24 space option on the lots that are right behind this building.
Does the waiver scenario end up looking like your option 2 up here?
It could. I mean, it really depends on what level of rates that the board feels is appropriate. So you can modify those requirements for your residential, for your retail, and for your office space, and make it a different rate so that we can come up with a number that we're all comfortable with. The applicants are very comfortable with 24.
How many does that scenario get you, the smaller?
The second one is 24.
And are the houses on Cross Street, the single-family houses, are they part of the affordable housing numbers?
No, they have their own parking calcs based on their existing uses. There's 2 single families and 1 4-unit. And those are all accounted for based on regular
Okay.
code calc.
And so those are staying individual lots, and they're being granted an easement for this parking?
Yeah, we would have a shared parking and easement and maintenance agreement, yes.
So that reduced parking scenario, one, reduces pervious surface area.
Absolutely, yeah, that's
And
also
number
part of the
two,
goal.
What's the age and condition of that oak tree?
It's about 44 inch, so, presumably it's, maybe 100 years old.
Is it in good shape?
I would say yes, yeah.
It's a nice tree.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I'm trying to save that tree.
So it's 44 inch, so the canopy's up over the houses. That's a good sized tree.
Yeah, it's a
And it's an
beautiful
oak.
tree.
The most beneficial species of trees for environmental.
Says you. I didn't know that.
Plant an oak tree.
Okay. I mean, there's, again, advantages to the reduced parking scenario in my mind. But there's also advantages to land banking, because then, it's preserved for potential future use if found necessary.
Right.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's a big tree. What are your thoughts, board?
I like oak trees. And I think that we need to provide parking, but I don't think we need to provide all the parking that's originally required. I think the waiver is probably a good scheme, and the Plan B with the smaller amount of parking seems adequate. I can't read exactly how many units and all day. I'd have to look at the details to be sure, but it seems fine to me.
So I'm just curious, Dan, the white space, as it makes its way into that rear part, would that be curbed and
Is this here?
planted? No, those two sort of horns coming out.
I think on lot 10, between the two parking areas.
Hang on.
Planted areas?
Yeah, I'm just curious, what would be planted and what might otherwise not be, would be like then sidewalk. You know what I mean? Is there a way to better delineate that on your drawing?
Yeah, I think this was more of an exhibit that we wanted to show on here, just to show that a 24 parking count would work for the purposes, and then you can kind of understand what we can preserve, what
Yeah.
would still be green space. Everything outside of the dark gray hatch would be a green space, other than the buildings, of course.
Is there
And
any way
what-
to soften the visual impact for the people that are living in those houses? Their backyard is a parking lot. In either,
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why we went with some reduced aisle widths with the full build-out scenario as well, because we were trying to give some green space behind those as well. So certainly, if you look at our full build-out scenario, we did have some trees that we were planting in throughout. These were all proposed right here. And we would do the same with, can't get this to work here. We would do the same with green spaces that are within the 24 parking space scenario. It's just we haven't refined it completely. Thanks, Gary. Because we wanted to get the nature of the board. We needed to get a feel from you guys on whether or not.
Nature of the board? I don't know if you want to get that deep. So I was talking about these doohickeys right here. Would these be curbed and then planted? See that?
Yeah, we weren't necessarily planning curbing on the whole thing, but we certainly could make some areas where we could have some tree wells or something in there.
If we're going to talk about the waiver and the reduced parking scenario, which it sounds to me like at least you have some board members in favor of.
Again, we are prepared to provide a number of street trees on this scenario. You know, that's what all of these are through there. So we would try to translate those into the reasonable areas over here where we can fit them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting, the nature of the board is that we like nature.
Exactly.
Right, so, I don't know, what do you guys think? Just in terms of this concept of the waiver. Sounds like Kevin, you're in support.
It seems the usual way that we deal with it.
Personally, I would like a little more time to go over these plans.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we approve this at all tonight.
So I'm up in the air. I like the one concern I said from the outset is if we're applying this to an unbuilt level lot, it's not even really a waiver anymore. We're just not requiring parking in CMS. I mean,
well, the board has.
It makes sense to do that here, but
the board does have discretion in the code to waive the requirements of G2. That's separate from the land banking, completely separate.
Right.
Yeah, we've gotten into this waiver discussion before.
And the way it actually frames it is that it's, you know, the applicant's supposed to do an analysis and a justification for the, and it never uses the word waiver, it uses the talk of modification of the required parking.
Right. If you look at 536 Main Street, which we just approved, if you go up and look at that lot, you can see with your own eyes, it's going to be pretty difficult to put parking in there. I'm not sure that same rationale applies here, so I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but when I'm saying I want to look at this a little more,
And maybe the applicant can come back with a good justification for 24 space analysis.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, there's 7 criteria, and the board technically only needs 1 or more of those to consider. And one of those was simple enough as just saying it's a historic building. So the 172 part of this is historic. So, you know, so it seems like there's some feel from the board that you would accept.
There's some leanings in that direction, yes.
I will acknowledge that off-site parking is, or non-contiguous parking is definitely less than ideal.
Meaning the original scenario.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So, any thoughts, Kevin?
Yeah, I agree with what he just said.
I'm sorry, Lynn.
Yeah.
Nothing beyond what's been expressed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else, Elise?
I think I don't think we should preclude the examination about land bank parking. It's kind of like a win-win. You know, and then if need be, then we consider the waiver.
Yeah, but if you're trying to save green space, save that tree.
Yeah, I definitely would.
Landscaping is, and
Right.
the land banking is less preferable than the modification.
Well, maybe you don't land bank all of what's required. Maybe you waive a portion or modify it and land bank just a few extra spaces in the event that they're needed.
That's an option. But I think the two that apply under the code are that a professional parking study of the proposed use and surrounding area demonstrates that a different amount of parking would be appropriate for the use in this particular location and that existing or proposed off-site parking is sufficient. That's one, and then the adequate, or sufficient public parking available within 800 feet of the site within the CMS or T district.
Yeah.
Ever tried parking there?
The Main Street Access Committee did a peak parking study on a really busy day and Saturday, and they found out that the county lot, for instance, which is only a block and a half away, is half full, even on a peak day. And that there's quite a bit of side street parking available. There's not Main Street parking. It's very tight on the east end, but the west end is, nobody uses the city lot on Saturdays.
What day
Things
is
like that.
The market is on Sundays, right?
Sunday.
Right.
And I went to the market just the other week, and there was parking within half a block on the side streets.
Okay.
Yeah, and, you know, one other thing I would add is that, you know, in the spirit of greening things up, we would be removing 2 curb cuts that serve those houses now. And we would restore the sidewalk through there and green those previous areas up. So
Mhm.
in terms of streetscape for Cross Street, it should be a nicer feel.
Then you are proposing street trees along those houses as well,
Yeah.
where they don't exist.
How wide's the sidewalk in those areas?
4 or 5.
I think they're pretty narrow, 4 feet is my guess.
Yeah,
Okay, so just moving this along, there's not much we can act on this evening, nothing we can act on this evening, other than to say, yeah, you have some good feedback just in terms of board's position on potential modification of requirement, instead of using the term waiver. So, yeah, and then I'd be curious to see this sort of potential hybrid land bank reduction, how that might work while saving the oak tree.
Okay.
So, with that, is there anything else we can assist you
Well,
with?
I do have to press a little bit because there is
Yep.
some serious timeframes that they're trying to meet here with some of these housing agencies. So I wanted to talk about what the procedure is in moving this forward would be.
So the next step would be to schedule a public hearing,
Yeah.
if the board is ready to do that. And it would be on whatever plan, is presented by
Yeah.
whatever's resubmitted.
Yeah, and we'll
based on the
definitely
comments.
resubmit within the 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have no objections to scheduling the public hearing for next month if you feel like you'll be ready.
We will be.
Yeah. So I'll accept a motion to do just that. Motion to schedule a public hearing for next month.
Motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. And that's a site plan public hearing?
Yes,
Yeah.
amended site plan.
Okay. And in terms of, if we can come in with something that, and we'll add the lighting. We just didn't do the lighting on this just because there's some questions and we wanted to make sure that this was even possible. But if I come in with lighting and everything else, is it possible that we could consider a conditional reapproval, or I don't know what you want to call it, like conditional amended?
Yeah, so the documentation would be an amended neg deck to reflect
Yeah.
the changes on this plan and an approval resolution for an amended site plan. So you could entertain a motion to direct those documents to be available.
We
That
don't
doesn't
have to
mean you
approve
have
them.
to act on them,
It
but
just
they'll be
puts us
available in the event
a few
you're
steps
ready to
ahead.
move forward.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the amended neg deck is pretty straightforward, so accept the
Yeah,
motion.
impacts aren't going to change.
Sorry?
The project impacts aren't
Yeah.
going to change.
So then, I'll accept the motion to authorize Jen's office to draft an amended neg deck.
Site approval. No,
Neg deck.
just the negative.
Yep.
All right. Motion.
Motion by David.
Second.
Second by
Kevin.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I know your name, it's just your voices are very similar. Sorry. And then the other one was to authorize draft resolution for site plan approval, right? So we'll get that ready. So I'll accept a motion for that.
Motion.
Motion by David,
Second.
second by Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I have a quick question, just in the change, like if you could elaborate, maybe for next submission, how many spots were approved for, previously in October versus, what the change that you're looking for?
Sure, yeah, we can do that, and, one of the differences is obviously that we're all going completely affordable on this too, so that's in their mindset on why they wanted to do a reduction as well. I mean, obviously, there's the benefits in terms of the green space, but,
Well, I think for seeker, you can show the reduction in stormwater, the reduction in land disturbance, the amount of parking required, more or less show that you're reducing impacts from what was previously approved. I think that helps the board.
It's all positive. It's positive stuff in the neg deck.
Doesn't go together, Tom.
Makes no sense. All right. Anything else?
We don't like to hear the word positive when we're talking seekers, so. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to move on to miscellaneous business and then take a quick 1-minute break. So, yeah, under miscellaneous business, we have a request for a 90-day extension of site plan and subdivision approval for 37 units, the Beacon Views townhouses. Evening.
Evening. Adam Thyberg, Insight Engineering Surveying, Landscape Architecture, PC. The applicant is Beacon Views LLC. And as was mentioned, we're seeking an extension of the Beacon Views project that was approved in July of last year. Progress has been made on the conditions of approval. Coverage under the nationwide Army Corps permit was granted. Correspondence related to that permit coverage was provided with our extension request, so you should have that. We are continuing to work with the Health Department for their approval of the connections to the water and sewer mains. We've been working with the city to secure the required will-serve letters, and we're expecting those any day. And the applicant also continues to work toward a resolution with the dispute with the neighboring property owner. From what I understand, that dialogue is accelerating, and they're getting closer to a settlement. So all that being said, the applicant would like to request an extension for the approval. If the board deems it appropriate, the 2 90-day extensions that was granted previously would be preferred to allow the applicant time to work through these remaining conditions. But obviously, that would be at the board's discretion.
Great, thanks. Any thoughts, questions, comments?
I have a quick question. Can you remind me, please, whether there was there off-site mitigation with this, or?
There was not. So where we landed with it was that we got to a one-on-one mitigation completely on-site.
Okay, thank you.
I'll accept the motion to approve the 90-day extension.
Motion.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Anything else?
Just the possibility of 2 90-day extensions.
Is that what you asked for? It says 190 day.
Right, and Adam mentioned that if the board is
So you're-
amenable to
you're
granting
double-
2,
yeah.
that they would prefer the 2.
You want 2?
If the board deems it appropriate, then 2 would be preferred, just to allow adequate time so that I'm not back here.
Yeah, cool. So we just approved 1, so
Motion for a second 90-day extension, consecutive.
motion by Len.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, everybody, for waiting. I'll be back in 1 minute.
I'm going to head out.
Good night, everybody.
Okay, we're going to move on. We have under architectural review, a number of certificates of appropriateness to review. First one being, drive safe, 150 Main Street. We have a sign to review. Hi. Thanks for sitting through all that. What do you got?
Hi, my name is Daria Gates. I'm just here about the 2 signs, hanging sign and a wall sign for the side of the building for my business as well as my friend and colleague's business.
Great.
Sorry, we often have people approach with samples, and I'm just trying to make it less likely to be tripping over those chairs and stuff.
No,
before
no
we get to
worries.
this kind of stuff.
Any thoughts, board?
I just really want to know what kind of occupations child patients have that they need pediatric occupational therapy. I'm honestly just fascinated by this concept.
Yeah, a very broad range. I'm actually the speech therapist. My friend is the occupational therapist, but it involves any functional use of their motor movement, their sensory experience in the world, like handwriting, building core muscle strength, providing sensory input to help them navigate their day and access their day to the best of their ability.
Thank you.
So it covers a lot, yeah.
Thanks.
My shell gets it, it doesn't necessarily mean it relates to engaging in an occupation for hire.
Right, not necessarily a job, but their job is school, and there's a lot involved in school with
I had the same
occupational therapy.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So you've got half-inch exterior grade PVC panels with double-sided printed UV laminated graphics. So is the entire surface of 10 inches by 38 inches, is that covered by the graphic? Meaning the background is also part of the graphic, or are we seeing PVC?
So each sign is 10 inches, so
Yeah.
there'll be one over the other. And the background is just, the sensory-wise is a specific color, and the Darry-Gill speech is just white.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is
With
that, so
Yeah.
this is an applied graphic, right? It's usually vinyl applied
Mhm.
graphic, right?
Across the whole sign.
Okay, so to answer my question, so the whole 10 by 38 is a strip of
Yes.
applied to the, got it,
Yep.
okay.
It's the same company that did Rhinebeck Chiropractics, which was there before.
Rhinebeck Chiropractics?
Mhm.
I never knew that. What are they doing in Beacon? And then it looks to me like the backgrounds are different colors on this.
Yes.
They are.
Yep. Just different businesses, ultimately.
And then the bracket itself, is it intended to be at an angle to the sign itself, the top of the sign itself?
I don't think so.
The way that the signs are placed, I think that's just them putting the image on. It should be parallel to the.
They'll be
So
parallel
the-
to the bracket.
Yes.
So the post has perspective and.
Yes. They did not turn it.
I gotcha. All right, just as far as the 38 inches.
Which was this now?
The who's about it? The sign itself is 38 inches deep.
38 inches, okay, this is a perpendicular sign.
Yeah, it's a blade sign?
Yes, this coming off the building, yep.
Yeah, so it's allowed to be up to 1/3 of the width of the sidewalk. Yeah. So
Okay.
So it's a 9-foot sidewalk, they can have 36 inches.
Mhm. The fast signs went and measured the sidewalk to make sure that it was
All right.
according to that, as well as
So you
the
trust-
height off the ground.
What's it called, fat signs?
Fast signs.
Oh, fast signs.
Here's existing.
Yeah, so you trust their dimensions, because if it's found not to be compliant, you gotta take it down.
Yes, I do. And we actually I asked them to keep the exact same measurements as the previous sign, just with 2 signs, so that, because I know that
Yeah.
one was approved also,
Okay.
so.
And the bracket's new?
Just the bracket in order to have the second one hanging right below, yeah.
I gotcha. Any other questions, board? Anyone?
No.
I'll accept the motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Karen,
Seconded.
second by Len, all in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
Thank you. And you have the other sign on the wall as well. That one's
Oh, wait,
part of-
you next, you have another, wait?
There should be there's 2 applications. One is the hanging perpendicular, and one is next to the actual entrance on the wall, the brick wall.
I don't know if it's, we don't seem to have, the only thing we seem to have an image of in our package is the blade sign.
We've got this thing.
For the bracket.
Okay.
Is there a different address
There is-
associated with it?
No, it's the same address. There should be 2 applications. I just have 1 copy with me here, but you should have 2.
Nope. Amanda?
Can you show us, you want to?
Yeah, I can bring this over. So this is, again, the same size as the one that's there. It'll just be the same images. It's just on the wall next to the entrance, so they know which entrance.
And where is this in relation to the?
The hanging sign?
Yeah.
So this little pathway, if you go down that
Okay.
pathway,
It's by the door
there,
on the side.
you can enter the parking lot on the back,
Mhm.
and if you just kind of.
Gotcha.
to the right,
there's a Rhinebeck chiropractic sign there already, it's the same thing,
It's
replacing
taken
an
down, but yes,
existing.
it's- and
yeah.
same exact size, just split into the two signs.
Motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Len.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got anything else up your sleeve?
No, thank you. Is there anything I need to do in order to get that approval, to get the sign company to make it?
Being that the board approved it, I'll review it this week.
Okay.
And then it will be approved.
Okay,
I
great.
just have to make sure you have that second one that was submitted with the package.
Yeah, I have a receipt of payment and everything if you needed to see that for that application.
For the permit application.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, next item, certificate of appropriateness. We might as well, yeah, okay. So this is Highland Place, Lot 1. We have Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 4. So let's go through each one.
Yeah.
Is this really a house?
That's the existing one that you're,
No.
No.
That's one of the three new ones.
That gentleman bought when we combined the lots.
do you have a site plan? Like, I forget which lot is which.
I don't have a site plan in hand. It's the
Do you, so,
corner lot of Golden Highway.
This is the one that's originally going to be 5 homes, right? And it was decreases to 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gary, I gotta tell you something. Do you, this is ugly. And you know where you're building this.
This is what the gentleman's. It's aggressive street.
And wait till you see the other homes on they're so disparate from each other.
It has.
So wait, what are you telling me? You sold the lot to this guy. Why isn't he here? Are you here on his behalf?
The transaction hasn't taken place yet.
And this is what he wants? It's, our criteria is too similar to dissimilar. Gary, I gotta tell you, this is way too dissimilar. It's just not, yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot approve this.
He has had the architect stop here and do some overhangs and do some things.
I gotta tell you, it's awful. And especially in context of this, I'm sorry.
And consider
You
it
know-
anyway.
It should be necessary.
Okay, okay, sorry. Now you have my justification.
The next two are mine.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a motion on this. But you don't necessarily need to share my vociferous objection. It is way too dissimilar. That's the context.
agree.
I'll make a motion to disapprove this particular certificate of appropriateness as being,
Lot 1.
for Lot 1, for being too dissimilar.
Motion.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then, so we'll go to Lot 2. Better. And then, so we're looking at materials. What do you got?
And which one is Lot 2?
Two is Anderson.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we have this.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yep.
Okay, so.
Well, ho,
the front-
different house. Yep.
That's Lot 2.
No. Lot 2. I got Lot 2.
That's not how we have it.
Yeah, that's not.
Looks like that.
And that's what the drawing says, Lot 2.
What does that title block say? No, on the paper.
Lot 2.
Oh, that's weird.
So why does this one look like this?
This says,
Do I have it backwards?
No.
Yeah, well, the
Is-
house.
Oh, they
No.
mirrored it.
Oh, wait.
They
We
mirrored
mirrored
it.
it, that's correct.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
mirrored because of the garage, you have to
But wait, show me that again?
It's mirrored.
No, it's not
Yeah, it
even
is.
mirrored.
It is. It's flipped.
It's flipped.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, but the
no,
garage
but
is-
look at the garage, it's not even,
Oh,
no, that's not
yeah.
the same elevation. It's not,
Yeah, you can't.
it's not mirrored, it's
Same-
like a
same line?
different assembly. Because that garage has got a gable in, this one doesn't, it just has a roof plane.
See the,
Different house.
Yeah, but the
Yep.
pieces aren't in the same.
I do this for a living, different house.
It is.
look at the back roof here. It's here. They switched around the floor plan from,
Yeah, but
to allow the
Gary,
garage.
But they put
The
the garage
garage
on the, so
door
they put the
is
garage
not-
on the door on the gable in instead
Different.
of the.
No, the garage is coming in off the back of the house.
We're either approving that,
Yeah, but you have the garage in the front.
Where's their gable in here?
Yeah, we
which do you
can't.
want? We're either approving that or that,
That's what I'm
because they're
saying.
different.
This garage has no gable.
Yeah, they're different.
Yeah.
They are different.
If it's not right, we probably should just pass on this too.
Well, look, I'm willing to say either this or this.
What happened is I had to have the architect change this around because this is the front of the house with the garage. We had to bring the garage
I get
to the
it.
back of the house.
So, but which is it?
Well, then show us what it is.
So there's another.
That's the rear. This
Describe it
is,
to us.
this is what you're saying.
Yes,
This one.
it's the same floor plan. Okay?
So you want us to approve that? Or
See,
that?
we're not
This
looking
is
at
that.
what we're approving.
This is not a garage door.
Okay,
That's correct. I want to prove that.
so this one, so get that out of here.
Just initially the floor plan.
Floor plan, not.
So
Well, I'd
the-
like to
the-
see how it's sitting on the site, I'm curious. How
Yeah,
you-
the
how you
front-
raised, that was the whole
Facing
thing.
west. It's facing
Do
Anderson
you have it
Street.
drawn? Do you have it drawn?
Is there a
Is
site
it in the
plan here?
application? That's what I'm,
Yeah,
that's
they're
what I'm
just-
curious about. If that's the same setup, because that was a lot of what we were
Yeah.
concerned about, was the way that it was fit in with the neighborhood.
The old
Not on me.
And we can go back to, what months is that? If I go to archives. 2 months.
It was like February, right?
So then as far as materials for this house, Gary, what do you have? Yeah, I know, this table would have been handy. I kept it there to keep people from storming this. Storming the gates. All right, what do we got? Do what, siding? You looking at siding?
Plan.
So they don't have, they didn't have any samples for me to board that and siding.
Here.
It's fine.
This is lot 2.
In the January.
Okay, lot 2.
Mine's working now. It wasn't before everybody left.
So you don't have siding for this one?
See, I get this shit.
Yeah, that's what
Here, I have the subdivision.
City main page. Where,
That's 5.
go down.
About Slate March
Okay.
with the
Archives, planning board.
charcoal.
What about your trim?
February.
Windows are white, the long, trim is white, garage doors white.
So let me ask you something. Is there any specific reason why, or are you tied to that exterior color? So the owner want, or they, is that what, is there,
I have a prospective buyer on it, they chose.
they
this.
want that?
Yes.
What's the exterior color?
The dark.
It's very monochrome. This and this. Yeah. And, yeah. I mean, it's not my favorite, but would they consider something a little less deep? I mean,
Deep granite.
I mean, again, especially if you're using a bright white for the trim, it's just a,
I guess that's the reason why you need to have more of a coordinated submission for this.
And we should be looking at, have clearer guidelines for applicants.
What are the colors of the different, the four homes going to be too? I mean, like the whole, well, that's like, you know, one is, I know, well, that's a whole other story, but.
yeah, I mean,
The second home is four's home colors. This here.
Oh, wow, that's not good.
And the shape on top. And this is.
So it tied it out.
Right.
These are the two colors for four.
so,
Four would be the one in front of the existing home.
So the upper has a light, like there's,
Yes. But I brought this because it's the shape. So see the shape for the upper. And the bottom is going to be a double swing pipe.
but those two colors, that's the top.
These are the two colors, yes, but in the horizontal siding on the bottom and the shape on the top.
about the roof on lot 4.
So, wait a minute,
Yep, okay.
here's the, did you guys get the site plan?
I can't get it to load, I'm
Here.
so close. Can you
Hang
get
on.
it? Yeah, thank you.
So it's 1, 2, and the 4 is over here.
Okay, and so one was rejected,
Right.
so we're now looking at,
Two is,
right, you said close to Anderson, which is over here, right? Yeah. Sorry.
So the
we'd make it a
front
confused
of the
term.
house is
it
facing,
is, it's actually, John Clark brought up, and I believe the plan that you signed tonight, that shows this house turn facing, because of setback issues.
Facing Anderson?
Anderson, right.
that's not what we approved.
Well, it's because of setback, I believe it is, but it is approved. Because the rear yard setback is greater than, I think this is 20 feet, is this it on that?
So it wasn't caught by the planner,
Right.
and then he caught it later.
Yes.
And without resubmission, he amended it. You
I'm
amended
not sure
it.
on that, that's between.
Okay. I'm just
Taylor.
wondering how the
Yeah, that's
process
between
works.
Taylor and the engineer.
Somebody got to tell me when you put something in front of me to sign as approved, that it's changed.
Yeah.
That's a different subject.
Is that drawing set here, or was that a while
I
ago?
signed these outside of this
So,
environment.
this house turns, and the driveway still comes in here, and the garage will come in the back, and the house will face the west, which is why I love too.
All right.
Which is what.
So this one's been thrown out.
Yeah.
This one's rotated.
So what are the, is this one staying the
Existing.
same?
That's existing.
Like just in terms of its color?
Yes.
Brown, rust?
Brick.
Brick.
It's a brick.
Oh, it's brick.
Yes.
Yeah. And so 4 is the lighter.
Yes.
It's the
Yeah,
side bottom.
that's, I'm fine with that.
Totally
And white
fine.
trim and white windows?
Black windows, I think he has.
You gotta get somebody, you gotta pay somebody to draw this up, put colors on.
Yeah, honestly, Gary, so to Kevin's point,
Everything's
you've been
sold.
doing this
Too
a
late.
long time, so have we. You're asking us to, in our heads, I know a lot of us are design professionals, but at this late hour, it's very difficult for us to put this together in our heads. We have requirements for submissions, and this ain't it. We try to be accommodating, but God, it's hard.
Black window?
No, this. You realize what you're asking us to do is to put this all together in our
I know what we
heads.
can do. Each of us get the different house up on our screens. Then we'll lay our computers out on the site plan and the orientation of the homes.
So
and then
what
we'll
we
have a 3D model of the homes.
respond best to, because we can actually figure it out and picture it, is an elevation with the colors indicated and the samples organized so that we can very easily say, this is the house with the roof, the main shingles, the sub-shingles, the trim, and the window
So what
color.
you're saying is that you don't know the difference between black.
Ah, Gary, please don't be a smartass. What I'm saying is, we have requirements for the submission.
Here's the siding color.
You're making it difficult. That's all I'm saying.
Deny it.
Then we'll do that, because I'm sick of this shit.
Black window with the pebblestone siding.
Black?
This.
Black, I would,
What's the roof on that one?
It's right here.
I would not recommend
I want
black
to make
on
it
this.
clear that also that we really have,
All right, we're not designing this for you either, so if,
I'm not designing that. I didn't choose them. These are what the buyers want.
so you're coming to us as the applicant. We
Yes.
told you quite clearly that first one, not approved. And so, I'm just gonna cut this short. I'm not gonna design this for you. You told me black windows. Motion to disapprove.
but can I add one thing that I think we
Fair.
agree on?
Just ask.
It's just that you need to have a complete coordinated submission that shows what the design intent is.
So
And
what you want is color renderings from now on. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because I've been doing this for 20 years with you guys. I've never come in with a color rendering. I would tell you that the trim is white, the windows are black, here's the roof, here's the siding. Now we're changing the rules? No problem. I'll send Taylor in next month if that's what you want.
Thank you.
No problem. We should have the same rules for everybody and not change them. We've been doing this a long time. You said it, John.
Thank you. Have a good night, Gary.
you don't complain when it works your way.
Enough.
Oh, nothing, I'm sorry.
Enough.
We shouldn't.
Next item. 16 Coin Hill Road.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, Gary. What do you got?
We have some site changes that we made.
I don't see anything in the package that shows anything but a written application. What do we have to look at?
The original application had a cedar roof on the main roofs.
All I see is this piece of paper. I don't see anything that I can refer to visually to understand what you're asking of us at the moment.
There's some visuals
Where?
with the application.
I don't see it. Where's the other visuals missing from the package, Amanda?
I'm gonna check right now. Okay, so the main difference is the roof.
I have nothing to refer to here.
Is there a previous application we can look at?
If we could get it
Is
to
it
Lynn
available?
in a half hour.
Oh, right, yeah.
I
Oh.
don't have it on here. I might have it downstairs. Want me to run and grab it while you do another application?
You want to reorder?
Yeah.
Do that, I can show you.
No. Thank you. We're going to move on. So yes, Amanda, if you don't mind. We're going to move on to Kent Street. We have
Thank
3
you.
lots.
Thank you.
Hi.
Come up.
Yeah, come on up.
So we can see the stuff. This is for the 3 homes in the 3 lots on Kent Street?
Yes.
Yeah, can we line them up? I can help you.
Oh, here we go. See, this was not hard, was it?
No, it's great. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Let's go get Gary. Show him this.
So we tried to keep them as conforming as we could, looking like what a typical house on Main Street would be, getting close to Main Street,
Or Kent Street, or yeah, but and it's,
but the, you know, at the same time, a two-story. I wanted to go a little more architecturally pleasing by having more identified as a nice character. We have a little, the package that was sent to you didn't have the brick that on the top.
And I don't know why the porch didn't show up either.
The porch didn't show up. He must have sent another one he was working on. I was, you know, it's much uglier there. And it was better.
And I was going to say, so best laid plans, and again, unfortunately, if you didn't submit these, you need to.
Well, these two were submitted, this one, I don't know, it must have got dropped out, so we'll resubmit.
Kent Street, Lot 1.
This is them. This is, and so.
That's not good. Do you recognize it? This is totally different.
It's just shaded from the.
No, different house. Whatever you, for these three, yes, for these three lots, whatever you have here, that's much better.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So-
So could we possibly send those to you in the morning and change it? Because we have them, it's just there's no, what I didn't realize.
This is your application right now. Look, she went out.
This one's right.
Unfortunately, what you formally submitted as part of your application, you can't act on. If you're telling us this is what it is, this is not formally submitted. It needs to be submitted for a review next month.
The back? That's the back of the house, that's why.
Yeah, hang on a second, because lot
There you
one
go,
matches.
that's the front.
Doesn't look like anything like that.
Yeah, but there's no
You can see that's the front.
One matches.
It's the porch here.
Look, it's
There's no porch.
It's very different. You represent it
Yeah.
much better here. It's very different. Did you find it?
It's the angle of the picture here.
I mean, lot
That's
one
why.
matches, but lot two doesn't seem to match.
See, this is coming in at an angle, and you're seeing just the corner of the light in that picture. It's just not showing the front door.
Oh, okay.
That's why it looks funny in that picture. It's
Also,
just a
that's
different angle.
Is that the back?
And then there's the back, yes.
There we go, okay.
Yeah, so lot three matches.
Yeah, I think so.
It
Yeah,
seems to
lot three,
be,
lot one should match.
two is the
Just
one that's the weirdest.
So what's your actual colors, like of one, what,
Charcoal.
one's charcoal
Yep.
and black trim?
Yes.
Okay. And three, is it the blue?
Is the blue.
And the white trim?
With the white trim.
And two is white with the black trim.
We tried to keep them nice and neutral.
Right, and also the small changes you've made to each one to make them not monotonous is the right thing to do. You know, these small, and it doesn't take much,
Yeah.
and it's thoughtful, it's within the context.
Yeah, his house was much better. His side was much better.
Try to keep everything nice and neutral. And so the contrast between them and here.
They have to resubmit number two. Can you take a picture of that and email it? Will that suffice?
What were the changes?
The house is, they made design changes to number two.
Somehow they emailed over this plan, it didn't come with the roof on it, and he ordered that.
no porch roof, right? Yeah.
What's this
So
like?
approve this.
These are the two same, these are the same houses. It was just supposed to be a color change, but for some reason, when this came over, I didn't notice it when I forwarded it. So when I forwarded it, it came like it's me.
But they're different because that one has a,
The gable's different.
the
Yeah.
gable's
Yeah,
different.
this one here didn't come over.
I like the,
Oh, but was that supposed to be? We, like I say, we were kind of liking the fact that there was a little difference instead of having the gables be exactly the same.
But I gotta say, so on this one, I know, there's no windows on the side. Why?
Looking at it. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's just looking at it.
I like lots of windows, so.
I mean,
I'm
natural
for
light.
adding.
Yeah, because we like,
Did we do that for the recycle? Was it next to something?
three needs some windows on.
None of them have windows on the side. Well, the white one does.
Yeah, so
just
that's,
to be
look,
in sense of fairness.
this is the only one that sort of matches. This one is very different from what was submitted. Looks good from the front, but given what you're showing us here, the fact that we have other things to respond to,
But does lot one have windows on the side?
you know, that's kind of where we're going. Like
They
a
should.
full submission. You don't necessarily have to render all of them, because the front gives us a good sense of what the rest is. However, I'm gonna say, get stuff like this, right, because I don't imagine you mean that to be white. Right there.
I Do we just want like elevations for?
Right,
So, like, instead of.
Elevations for the rest of them. And then take the opportunity, because.
To consider the sides and make sure you have windows on the sides of the house.
Yeah, I totally do that.
So, I'll make a motion to approve.
No, we can't. We
I
don't.
think we should. The building.
I think we should get elevations from all sides, yeah.
Sorry.
In
We'll
lot
let the
one,
right one, so it's-
in lot one, we only have,
Lot one shows the windows on the side.
Yeah,
Show
see,
me
that's-
one or two more.
but is that what was submitted?
I don't think, let's just get, because I think we have these kind of, orthogonal drawings or whatever, right? I still don't know, do we have every size?
How about this? We'll use the same standard we use in Gary.
Yeah,
Come back with a better coordinated submission, please.
you're close.
And do you have
Very
the
close.
materials documented on your submission?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't see it. So,
I didn't look close,
There.
because that's important.
I mean, that's part of the record.
Yeah.
And
They're
otherwise,
not, I mean, I don't think, at least, there's one email with images.
Oh, I see.
mean, okay.
That's where it's
the one that
documented.
has
It's on the
the
second sheet,
charcoal,
okay, yep.
You say the windows are white and the trim is white on your application.
It should.
On lot one application, it says gray siding, white windows, white trim.
So you understand what
Yeah, this
happens
is a lot more.
is that
Yeah.
with so many
There's too
disparate
many.
data points, saying different things, we don't know what we're approving. And we have to tie our approval back to something concrete where there's no nuance, no big area. So I apologize, but yeah, that would be helpful.
it'll help you out too.
You know.
You'll be able to order and do all this other work and also tell the people that are moving in more clearly what they'll be getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Usually
you.
we just don't move to full engineering until we get reset.
Oh, totally. Yeah. So again, to Kevin's point, we're better for you to have it
Yeah,
coordinated. so you
but
don't-
design-wise of the house, we're okay, so I can, you like the.
Yeah,
at
let's,
least to
everything
go
you're
off that.
showing us
And
here.
the pictures,
Yeah, this is the end result.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. Submit that.
So add some windows and fix the.
Yeah, and then just keep in mind, for the final, Amanda's gonna need the specifics on what the colors of each of your materials are. Not necessarily the brand or anything like that, but each brand has a unique color ID, but, so get as specific on those materials as you can, so that when they go into the record, we've got that. So if you said it's whatever blue, and somehow we drive by and it's something different, we know you've broken the law.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, so next,
Go back to,
oh, yes, we
Amanda.
have Point, what did we find
You have to go back to the plan.
on Point Hill?
did you,
Yes, thank you.
okay.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
Oh.
So, you want to explain to us again
Did
what
you look
what
at
the change
this?
was in the roof?
The zoning
I
board
guess, or-
thing for
The
the,
differences between
for the house that
original
burnt down?
application and
It's
this
going to be a cedar.
application.
There was a
Yeah,
house
the
at,
original roof had
Teller and
cedar on
this
the
is-
two main roofs.
the
we went
zoning
with-
board application. It
It's
seems,
moving from a wood roof to a standing seam metal.
Yeah, the
Novel.
original had
I don't know.
parts
I don't know how you-
standing seam, but we decided to do the whole
Ambitious.
thing because of,
In Galvin.
wet.
yeah.
Any other changes?
Windows,
Uh,
the brand
But
changed
with just
because
one
when it
fewer
came time
unit
to
than
actually
would where
purchase
we'd
them
be
after we got
required
the
to have an
architectural
affordable
review, it went
unit.
From weather shield to
Cedar shingles.
pellet because the lead time was
Did the color
6.
change?
Yeah.
It's
And the window
only a
range.
name, but basically the same
Okay.
color.
Did you put that in?
Yeah, that's now iron ore. It was oceanside blue.
So you're saying that the colors aren't materially different. So holding them by the same standard, you should see this.
What's the difference in the garage door?
We matched the color to the current windows as opposed to the previous one. Just, yeah.
That makes sense.
It's fine to me.
Don't have a concern.
Not a lot to go on, but anyway, I'll accept the motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Shekowski wants you to have these so you can see how ugly cell towers are.
Oh, really? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry.
Gosh.
All right, we're moving on now to certificate of appropriateness, 201, 211 Main Street. Is that applicant here with us?
At the 201, 211 Main Street facade?
They get scared, they scare them away?
They're
like, gee, I'm getting out of here. Oh, this is REA.
They're totally coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right kind of application.
I know. It's REA did it, it's got all,
Hey.
everything's on it.
Amanda?
Ari doesn't want to do things twice.
Do we share requirements for submissions for certificates of appropriateness with applicants?
I don't have any clear guidelines. I would appreciate some.
Are you saying that we should have submittal guidelines, Amanda?
Okay.
I thought we
I have an
did.
email. Give it up.
Let's do it.
All right. I guess we will have
Delegate
time. I don't know. Not having time to do that kind of shit.
Okay, so 201, 211 Main Street is not here.
Do they need to be here?
That's a really good
Do
question.
we have enough information to
There's a lot of new things tonight. Hey, Bruce, do they need to be here?
The what?
Does the applicant need to be here? Or what?
All right, so here, this is
I don't know,
what, let's see.
be honest, all these tonight, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't look at any of these before tonight.
Eh,
It's not what we're
So
asking.
I know what a transfer is.
Yeah, that was a different question.
Bruce, that's not what we're asking you.
Too much information.
Going forward, I will have to sit down with everybody. You know, things have just been too busy downstairs. Anybody that comes in, we should discuss. If you want color renderings of everything that's being proposed, then I will make sure that they provide all that.
Yeah.
With, you know, some type of a sample of material, if it's something out of the ordinary, let's say other than a vinyl or
Yeah.
something like that.
this is going to be important going forward. And if you guys have thoughts on other specifics you want to share with Bruce, please do.
We don't need to go nuts, but we need to understand and have a tag.
Elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
All right.
even the stuff.
At least color on one of the
Yeah.
elevations.
I don't want to pretend this is a court, but I'll just say, all the time, courts decide things without argument or appearances.
That's great. We can
Yeah.
do
I
that
think
in
this is-
absentia.
This is pretty.
If it's
satisfactory.
If it's satisfactory, you don't have a question.
All right, so this was 201, 211. Motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, it's a complete
Actually,
application.
probably be easier for us if people didn't show up to these things.
I started out working for the court, and that's also what we thought. Yeah.
Sure.
No, that wasn't a joke.
The applicants are just going
No,
up the
there
wings.
was no argument unless we asked them to come in.
Yeah. Okay, this next one is 403 Main Street. Who's the next lucky contestant?
I can leave now.
Well, that's up to you.
I will only approve this if you can, if it really will look like as much of an acid trip as this photo does.
Trying to get a color rendering, all we want to do is straight and paint.
I want to see this when I'm walking down the street with my dog at 8 o'clock.
So first requirement, the submission should not be upside down.
You can rotate it.
Yeah, I just did
Is
that.
that the
And
Especially
then,
if I want the windows to be wavy.
So we just want to straight and paint the wood. It's
Yeah.
probably one of your, these buildings.
It's a beautiful building, except for the condition of
Right,
the.
it's actually.
It's a gorgeous
We just
building.
acquired it, 2 months ago.
Oh, yeah,
All
it's
we
the one
wanna
right
do
next to the
now
diner?
Is,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's the
Yeah,
old chiropractic.
It's such a pretty building.
Get it cleaned up. Then we'll submit
in the future, we're working with
Do we
architects
have
and engineers.
historic color guidelines?
Yeah, it's not going to look like this, please.
No, it's going to look exactly
Sherwin-Williams
like
did
you're,
that for us.
like you're tripping.
Tell him never to do that again to
Whatever
anyone.
colors are there is what we're gonna repaint.
Are those slate shingles? They're hexagonal slates?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You know, in Newburgh, you have to replace slate with slate.
We're gonna do our best, whatever is good, we're keeping. We're not changing no architecturals, we're not changing anything.
These are the colors.
I just wanna get it cleaned up.
Yeah, it's,
That's all we wanna do.
it'll last forever. If you can just repair where
If there's
it's
some
needed.
wood in the back of the building.
Here, I'll hold
I don't
these up
know,
and you
put
go
it
back
on.
to the
If
picture.
there's plywood, there's little AZACs on it, paintings on it.
Well-
We just wanna retain what's there.
Where the,
Preserve it, it is a nice building.
It is.
All right,
Once
so
it's-
do
What's
us
the
a,
black?
do us a favor.
and where some of the
Tell
nice,
us where the black is going.
So the doors,
I can't put the thing, it's upside down, I don't know.
so I think we gave you one picture, it was what it looks like now. So if the doors are black, they're gonna get straight and painted black. If around because all of it brick, so we're not touching any of the brick. On top of this is all wood. Around the windows, straight paint. If we ever fix something, we're
I was
gonna
going to
fix
say, where there's some pretty significant, there's a couple of like rotted spots in the cornice, but you're going to try to preserve it
Of
as
course.
best you
Oh,
can.
yeah, no, we don't want
Yeah.
to change our architecture because it's a beautiful focal point
yeah.
when you come off of 52 there.
So what color is the beige?
I gave, it was all Sherwin-Williams paint.
No, but where are you putting the beige?
Is that the frame?
The window frames, right?
And then it was a dark green they wanted to do up on top, and then all the doors stayed a black as they are.
That is that stone, the green?
No.
You're not painting
No.
stone?
No, 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 we're
You
not
don't paint the
painting
stone or
So-
brick?
No, no, no.
Okay,
Green is
this
wood,
all-
are you sure?
Yes.
I don't-
Anything that's wood, we're only touching the wood.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It is, around the top of the window, there's some wood.
Yeah.
It's a
I
really
mean, I didn't get up
pretty
there,
building.
you gotta get a lift up there, you gotta get scaffolding up there, you gotta
Yeah,
get.
they're,
It's right here, it's stone.
it's stone.
Some of it is.
Do not
Yeah,
paint that
No,
stone.
no, no, we're not touching stone.
Wait a second. What am I
That's,
looking at? Yeah.
So
it's-
all this is wood,
Right, and that's.
that's stone, but right here is wood.
there's a curved wood
Right,
that's following the arched stone.
And
wood.
that's, again,
Yeah.
that's Sherwin-Williams, he came out, he did the best he could, he said,
Understood.
yeah, we're not touching any
Okay,
stone,
okay, okay.
trust me.
But does it need to be a different color than the tan?
No.
It doesn't, no.
Can you get rid of the green?
Yeah.
Sure.
You got
You
it.
you don't like the dark green? So across the street,
That makes
we
sense.
were looking at those buildings, and we just wanted to keep everything symmetrical, so it all looked the same. We'll go with what color you want.
This
The
green is
shutters.
much lighter than the
Black.
other.
The shutters, do you want to maintain those shutters?
Again, you want them a different color, tell me what you want.
You want to take them off, since they couldn't even actually close over that window?
Because they're not,
And they're nowhere
there
else.
aren't any on the top.
Are there any on the
And a
side?
lot of times, a shutter is a colonial thing, and this is
This
like
is
an
much
Empire
lighter than what's there.
mansard.
We're just trying, like I said, we're just going from what's there, so we don't get crazy.
This is,
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if it's a lot of trouble to repair that,
Just throw them out.
I wouldn't, because it seems, what do you call it, anachronistic. It's of a different time.
Mhm.
It's, one thing, it's a small thing, it doesn't look that off.
And you have shutters in a building across the street that is a colonial, the VFW building is colonial, or neo-colonial or
Just
something.
like if there's any other shutters on any other window on the.
No, and you wouldn't have it.
The
This is
shutters
like
are unnecessary.
They have a million houses on
Unnecessary?
Yeah.
Well, they're necessary when they
So
actually
we won't fix them, just get rid of them.
take them
Yeah,
off.
That's-
because
As long as
normally,
what's behind there
the
looks nice.
shutters are normally inside the house, and they go into the
Right, they go
wood.
into the window.
Right.
I don't know why these
So,
are like that.
and those probably
They're just
don't
an
even
applied
close the
decoration
whole
if they're
size of the
necessary.
window.
If you're amenable to getting rid of them, so, all right, so let's move on. So the doors are black.
Yep.
All the surrounding trim that is currently red will be cream. If you're amenable, I'm not partial to the green, nor is Karen.
Okay.
So
You just
thoughts
tell
on
me.
that, folks?
Definitely get rid of the green if
Okay.
possible.
So then, my next question is, what's happening at the cornice?
what color?
You guys tell me what you want, we'll do.
Is it up here that was the original green? It's the attic eyebrows.
Yeah, so that's why I
This
was-
is where the,
Okay, that's, you want to
It's
top
up
that
there.
out,
I was
because
just-
that's the big
to make it
detail.
easy.
Okay, well, no,
Sorry.
it emphasizes
Are there
the
some of
nicest
those on
part
the
of
front
it.
plan?
I'm gonna
It's
check
like
in a
wearing
second,
a
but
tie,
that's-
you know what I'm saying?
That's where, it's not, it's only on the very, very, yeah, only on the mansard do those eyebrow have a different, they're a different color than the rest of the surrounding, so.
But it's,
You
Sherwin
need a
Williams
darker
fruit down.
green than this one.
Yeah, like a,
Just like something
It's-
dark.
like, be nice, like a forest green.
Okay.
British,
We could do that.
British racing green.
no,
No.
please.
No.
I would, everything else is a little more toned down, I think. You don't want an electric green up there, right? It's like from a different place or different family.
But what's happening here?
So I was going
So
to
they,
ask you,
I
what's
think
what's
Sherwin
happening to
Williams
the-
got out of control and they thought that every
Yeah.
single eyebrow should be, it's
So-
just these that are painted.
Right.
And so they
So,
did all the
If,
stone.
if those were a darker green,
Then the cornices
then that's
should be
fine.
the same.
Dark green.
Then don't do anything to these, just keep them beige.
Yep.
And then, I mean,
The same dark green.
on the cornices,
Yeah.
it's fine. You okay painting the cornices? Although I'd love to see that green.
Yeah, you gotta,
Yeah, I could go there tomorrow and grab you a dark green, drop it off. Just drop it off, please. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll grab a dark green from.
make it good.
Okay.
All right, so,
so we're gonna approve the tan and the black,
yes, motion to approve the
So,
tan,
so the cornices are gonna be
dark.
the dark green.
dark green. And then all the window trim will be tan.
All right, so we're gonna
This will be-
approve
these will
the
be green
tan
and
for the
eyebrows will be-
window,
Window trim?
window trim.
Cornice is the dark green.
Yep.
Indoors, whatever's black is black.
Right.
It'll look a lot nicer. It's gonna be looking,
Yeah, I love that
And
building.
It's a gorgeous
It's
building.
100% corner in the city.
I mean, we have a.
Yeah, you'll be doing
We
fine.
have a vision, what we want to, you'll be seeing what we want to do there.
Great.
Good.
Yeah.
So motion to approve, again, the tan for the window and door
Windows.
trim.
Yep, around the windows.
Right. No, just the window and door trim,
Okay.
okay?
And then black for the doors.
Black for the doors themselves.
Yep.
It doesn't look to me as though there's anything else black here.
No, whatever it is.
So it's just the doors that are black.
Mhm.
And then the cornices are a dark green to be determined,
Drop it off.
And then also
as
the,
well the eyebrows.
Yeah.
On the dormers.
and remove the two shutters.
Okay, get rid of the shutters. All right.
Do you have all that? Motion to approve.
Motion.
Whatever.
We're good. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And just whatever needs replacing, you guys are okay with us just, you know,
Replacing kind.
Replacing in kind,
Yeah,
yes.
don't,
because there's some bad wood on that place. Yep.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, what else we got?
21 South Avenue. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward.
Lady's coming. She's still awake.
Is that you? Come on up. Sorry you had to sit through all that. We're actually nice people. I should say. I'm not as big a jerk as I look.
And I wish I had known that it doesn't say it on the website.
I know.
They're not cheap in the color.
So what is your application? What is your application?
Application is for 21 South Avenue.
This is the old Martin Luther King Center.
Yep.
And it's now a private residence?
Yes, we're
Single?
converting it back to
Single family?
Wow. You know, it's interesting because this had been an application a couple of years ago.
They wanted to turn it into a three.
Yes. They decided not to, and they sold it to you. Okay. So is this simply for paint?
No, so this is kind of, it's a couple of different things, and I also just want to apologize in advance that some of the things that we want to do, I don't know if you can approve them today, because they're not on this application, because we thought that things that aren't original to the home weren't subject to approval, because we were told when we called the city that that was the case, but I don't think that's the right information. So what I'm specifically referring to is that there's a handicap ramp on the building, and in
Yeah.
front, there's also a fire escape on the side of the building.
Yep.
We would like to demolish both of those. They're not original to the
Mhm.
home, and they're not going to serve a purpose for us.
being a window.
Window, exactly, so we're just converting it back to what it was originally.
Sure.
But we would also like to convert one of the windows there's like an addition to it, we would like to convert that to a door.
Yeah, that's all clear.
That makes sense.
Okay, and then,
Change the trim configuration.
and then there's a series of paint colors listed and, yes. There's purple here.
Yes, there is a purple which Benjamin Moore describes as a structural thing. Anyway, but yeah, it's not supposed to be purple.
Do we have the numbers? Yeah. Do you have chips? No.
No, so I did look at that time, but
Yeah, they don't do Benjamin Moore.
paint color, so I'm happy to provide.
They do?
Yeah, they do.
bring it.
Yeah, they do, but
not
they-
changing the
they
color,
leave it,
right?
the primer. God bless them.
No, that's, yeah, no, they are.
They are changing.
The house currently is white, and we would like to paint it, which is called mountain laurel green, which is like a gray green. I mean, obviously, this is about the these colors, but there is one other house in the
All right,
county that
here's
has the
this.
same asbestos shingles, and it looks really nice on that house.
Okay.
All right. Well, I can
Okay,
pull up- I
okay
can
on
pull up
Mountain
images.
Laurel.
Yeah, Mountain Laurel.
What are you doing with the Dartmouth green?
Well, that's the same as Mountain Laurel. They have two names for the same color. It's the exact same color.
Ugh. And then Rhine River with an
Laurel,
extra it?
Also known
And
as
then
Dartmouth.
the Rhine River is not part of this.
Okay.
That's just to confuse. We would just add that in the process.
Love it.
Make it difficult.
Silver Sage?
Silver sage is for the roof brackets, and the first ones and the first floor. And then the irises, again, is a platinum gray, that would be for the floors.
Is that really the?
I don't know, does it look like this? I mean, is it?
It's a little, or is it the screen?
Why?
That is correct.
Okay. Not that it's bad, you have to see it in context.
I mean, it's like a gray with a, like,
Violet or purple.
yeah, yeah.
My only observation is that it's a really unique color scheme, but they're all in the same kind of like intensity and hue. There's no one thing that starts to give it contrast. You know what I mean? Except for it looks to be the doors.
So, iris, okay, let's see.
Is the trim still that Seacliff Heights?
What's adjacent to it? As far as intensity?
Can I ask you something? When do you need to paint this?
Not anytime soon, that's the last thing, it's gonna be in like 3 months.
I hate to ask. Do you mind coming back with actual paint chips?
Yeah, sure.
So we can look at them?
And some things on either side of them, which I try not to do when I present to clients. Like, you just give them the menu that you want, but if you could also include things that are on a range on either side of what you're doing, it might speed things up or make a better selection for you and for everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, that's a great idea, Kevin, because again, I think one of the things that is sort of missing, at least in terms of what you've submitted, is that sense of contrast that I would prefer to see.
So higher contrast and between silver sage and mountain laurel, because is that not contrasting enough?
Were you thinking of the trim, John?
So this is the siding, right? Mountain Laurel's
Yeah.
the darker color.
Yep.
Trim is like the more muted, really muted,
Seacliff.
Seacliff Heights, that's right.
Yeah, it's just by what I'm looking at here, they're so close, just in terms of their intensity, yeah.
Not too much.
What about switching
But
out the
that's
silver
the-
sage for the trim? Because the silver sage is almost like a cream, like an off-white.
Yeah.
That is more.
And have that contrast with the mountain laurel to scratch the secret.
Yeah.
Here, these are the two, silver sage and mountain.
Are you
That's
trying to
better.
do historical colors, or you just?
Yeah, so we look for muted kind of classic
Mhm.
colors, and and wanted to consider that. And then also the church that we purchased this from is green, so it has a pretty strong green.
I think you're better off
Yeah. Fit into that. They're all very strong.
I think the silver sage would function better as the trim color.
Yeah, as long as you're not in a huge rush and you don't mind coming back next month, that would be a little easier for us.
Okay, so I'll come back with the
Yeah, it's always better.
What about these other changes? Like, I also have to talk about the changes, another thing, where we were told from the building inspector that they do not look safe. And he suggested that I bring up that we want to demo 2 out of the 3 chimneys. Because they're not structurally.
There's 3 chimneys?
There's 3 chimneys on the house. There are 2 on the backside. There are 2 on the backside.
Oh.
And then 1 on the addition.
And they're not attached to interior fireplaces or anything like that?
They are, but we would not demo the, we would.
Fireplace.
We would keep all of the fireplaces.
Below the roof line. You take the chimney below the roof line and patch the roof.
Except the one in the addition, we would take out entirely because it's taking up the only wall where you would put in the kitchen. So we would have to move that.
Is there stuff going on there? It's hard for me to see it.
It's such a weird optical illusion.
Yeah, those pictures are not great because I
Oh, I see.
screenshot them off.
There's
Just
3
3
chimneys,
chimneys.
right?
It's just that I don't know why you don't see all 3 of them in
Yeah.
either of these shots,
This
but
one's
it's
like-
evident that,
Oh, no, yeah, I see.
yeah. Yeah.
So there's one chimney that's in good shape, and that's the one I'm
Which
Which one is that?
it's, this one.
Oh,
So we demo this one, we demo that one.
that's a bummer.
I just, if you take them below the roof, if somebody comes back and says, oh my God, we want to reuse these or whatever, it's not totally impossible. But that seems
Well, if you're
sensible.
demoing the one fireplace, right, then you don't.
On the addition.
Oh, in the kitchen. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You know, it's the one that you might,
But still, I mean, the other one in the, that one, yeah, I can see that.
yeah, it's less work and you're preserving a feature that could later be restored.
Yeah, it's probably also more cost efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a win-win, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, no, just as far as those changes, yeah, all of the other
Yeah, the-
modifications, that all make sense. That's just the colors.
Just the colors, okay, so I'll come back with the colors, and let me just make sure that I went through all of these. I also have alternative color schemes, if you want to take a look at another color.
Oh, that just confuses the matter.
Yeah, and if we're already, it's already nice.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's the closest thing.
It's like being turned loose with a Pantone thing. We should,
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your
Thank you.
patience with us, and you
Okay,
too.
just make a quick announcement. I did a Lulu workshop and training on the Fishkill Creek Watershed Alliance that they're trying, that is trying to be revived as a watershed-wide planning body.
The Fishkill,
The Fishkill Creek water, the whole watershed. So we had a workshop training.
So across
from-
municipalities.
They did a
Yes.
report like 15 years ago, but it
Yes.
focused on the Fishkill, town of Fishkill and East Fishkill portions. They really almost didn't do any work in detail.
Hold on, guys. We're still in session. One sec.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. let's
So
close that.
it's,
So I just want to bring that to your attention in case other people are interested in joining the planning process. And, you know, just bearing in mind that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm going to be away July 11th through 20th. So I think I'll miss the meeting.
okay.
so just letting you know.
Yep, that's good.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind, you're connected now to the city email, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, just before next meeting, just send me and Amanda a reminder. Thank you. All right, great meeting. Motion to adjourn.
Motion?
Motion by Kevin. Second by Karen, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Karen, Tom,